Imagine standing at the foot of a monument that has watched millennia pass by, a structure built by hands we can scarcely comprehend, yet one that seems to reach across time to speak directly to us. These ancient wonders are far more than silent relics of forgotten eras. They are living puzzles, encoded with messages about the cosmos, human consciousness, and even our future. From the mathematically precise Great Pyramid of Giza to the haunting stone faces of Easter Island, these sites challenge everything we think we know about early civilizations. They were not merely built for ritual or burial, they were designed as repositories of knowledge, aligning with stars, harnessing natural energies, and preserving wisdom in stone, almost as if their creators knew that one day we would come looking for answers. What if these structures were intended as a bridge, a way for the past to communicate with the future? Many of them incorporate advanced principles of astronomy, geometry, and engineering that we are only now beginning to fully appreciate. Some researchers believe they form a global network of sacred sites, each one a piece of a larger, interconnected map of human understanding. Their builders may have possessed insights into the nature of reality that rival, and in some cases surpass, our own. These places seem to whisper secrets about cycles of time, the movement of planets, and the possibility of lost technologies, ideas that resonate powerfully in today's world as we grapple with climate change, artificial intelligence, and our place in the universe. In this video, we will journey together to 31 of the most enigmatic ancient structures on Earth. We'll explore how their designs reflect cosmic order, how their symbols hint at spiritual truths, and how their very existence urges us to reconsider the trajectory of human history. This is not just a tour of archaeological sites, it's an invitation to see the past with new eyes and to listen closely to what these age-old stones are trying to tell us about who we are and where we might be headed. So settle in and open your mind to the possibility that the greatest mysteries of our future may have been written in stone thousands of years ago. To truly grasp the significance of these ancient marvels, we must first step back and see the bigger picture. This isn't a story confined to the dust of archaeology. It's a living, breathing puzzle that draws upon astronomy, advanced mathematics, geological studies, and even speculative futurism. These disciplines converge at these ancient sites, revealing a sophistication that compels us to rethink the entire narrative of human history. The builders of these structures operated with a profound understanding of their world, aligning massive monuments with the solstices, equinoxes, and specific stars with a precision that often rivals our own modern calculations. They embedded mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio into stone dimensions, speaking a universal language of geometry that transcends culture and time. This suggests a shared or inherited knowledge base, a kind of foundational science that was expressed not in textbooks, but in the very placement and proportion of their most enduring creations. Thinkers like Graham Hancock and Robert Bovell have put forward compelling, though often controversial, theories that these sites are not isolated wonders but nodes in a vast global network. They propose that structures from the pyramids of Giza to the temples of Angkor Wat might be connected through shared alignments, mirroring constellations or representing a lost map of a prehistoric world. The idea is that this network was a deliberate project, a way for an advanced but now vanished civilization to preserve its most critical knowledge against cataclysms, encoding it into the landscape itself as a message for future generations, a message we are only now becoming equipped to decode. This perspective, while debated, pushes the boundaries of conventional history and invites us to consider a much deeper and more interconnected human story. This is precisely why these ancient sites continue to captivate a global audience of researchers, historians, and enthusiasts. They are not static relics, they are active subjects of inquiry. With every technological advancement, from ground-penetrating radar to muon tomography, we peel back another layer, discovering hidden chambers, precise astronomical sightlines, and construction techniques that still baffle engineers today. The work continues to fascinate because it is a grand detective story, one where each clue uncovered leads to even deeper mysteries. It challenges our perception of ancient capabilities, forcing us to move away from a simplistic view of primitive ancestors and instead appreciate them as brilliant innovators, master astronomers, and visionary engineers. Their work stands as a testament to human ingenuity, and as we begin our countdown of 31 specific structures, keep this broader context in mind. We are not just touring old ruins, we are engaging in an ongoing conversation with the past, one that has profound implications for our understanding of humanity's journey and its potential future. And so we arrive at perhaps the most iconic and debated ancient structure on Earth, the Great Pyramid of Giza. To stand before it is to witness a feat of engineering that seems to defy its own age, a mountain of stone crafted with a precision that would be formidable even with today's technology. Its sheer scale is humbling, but the true wonder lies in the minuscule details, the impossibly fine tolerances that suggest a level of knowledge we are still struggling to comprehend. This isn't just a tomb, it is a monument to mathematical genius, an architectural symphony composed in stone. Consider its placement on the planet. The pyramid is aligned to true north with an accuracy within 1/15th of a single degree, a level of precision that seems almost supernatural for a structure built over 4,500 years ago. This alignment wasn't accidental. It speaks to a profound understanding of astronomy and geodesy, the science of measuring the Earth. Even more astonishingly, the pyramid's base perimeter, when divided by its height, gives a value extremely close to 2 times pi, the fundamental constant defining the relationship between a circle's circumference and its diameter. This mathematical constant is deliberately encoded into its very shape, a permanent record of advanced knowledge. Furthermore, the ratio of its proportions consistently evokes the golden ratio, approximately 1.618, a number found throughout nature, art, and architecture, believed to represent perfect harmony and beauty. The builders weren't just stacking blocks, they were weaving the fabric of mathematics and the universe into their design. This has led to theories that the pyramid's dimensions might be a scale model of the Northern Hemisphere itself. Some researchers propose that the pyramid's height represents the Earth's polar radius while its perimeter corresponds to the equatorial circumference, using a specific, ancient unit of measurement. Whether this was intentional or a remarkable coincidence continues to fuel debate, but it underscores the idea that the pyramid may have been conceived as a geodetic marker, a terrestrial representation of celestial and planetary order. Its 4 sides also subtly curve inward, a feature not discovered until the advent of modern aviation, meaning this slight concavity was designed to perfectly compensate for the visual distortion a perfectly flat surface would create at such a great height. Every single aspect was calculated. Venturing inside reveals another layer of mystery. The narrow shafts emanating from the king's and queen's chambers were long thought to be ventilation ducts, but their precise angles tell a different story. They are pointed directly towards specific stars with significant cultural and spiritual importance. One shaft targets the constellation of Orion, associated with the Egyptian god Osiris, the lord of the afterlife and resurrection. Another aligns with the star Sirius, linked to the goddess Isis, the mother of creation. This transforms the pyramid from a static building into a dynamic cosmic clock or a spiritual antenna, designed to connect the soul of the pharaoh and perhaps the energy of the structure itself with specific celestial forces. This has given rise to more speculative theories that the pyramid could have functioned as a power plant, using the Earth's natural energy fields, subterranean water channels, and its unique geometric properties to generate or focus some form of energy, a concept that resonates with modern research into resonant frequencies and electromagnetic fields. The pyramid refuses to give up all its secrets. For centuries, it was believed to be a largely solid structure with a few known chambers. However, recent technological breakthroughs have proven otherwise. Using non-invasive techniques like muon radiography, which essentially uses cosmic rays to see through solid rock, scientists have confirmed the existence of previously unknown voids, large hidden chambers deep within its core. The purpose of these massive spaces remains a complete mystery, guarded by the stone. Each new discovery reinforces the notion that we have only just begun to scratch the surface of what the Great Pyramid truly is. It stands as the ultimate symbol of ancient ingenuity, a perfect fusion of science, astronomy, and spirituality that continues to whisper to us across millennia, challenging our assumptions and inspiring a sense of wonder about what our ancestors truly knew. While the Great Pyramid stands as a testament to individual genius and centralized power, our next structure speaks to a different kind of ancient marvel, one born of communal effort and a deep, intimate connection to the landscape. Far to the northwest, on the wind-swept Salisbury Plain in England, Stonehenge rises from the earth, its iconic lintel-topped stones forming a silent, majestic circle that has captivated the human imagination for millennia. Unlike the pyramid, which impresses with its sheer, mountainous scale, Stonehenge draws you in with its enigmatic presence, a puzzle set in a vast, open arena under the wide sky. It's a monument that feels both deeply rooted in its specific location and profoundly connected to the cosmos above. To call it a simple stone circle is a profound understatement. This was a highly sophisticated astronomical observatory, a massive stone computer designed to track the cycles of the sun and moon with breathtaking accuracy. The entire layout is precisely oriented around the solstices, those pivotal moments in the yearly journey of our star. At the summer solstice, the rising sun aligns perfectly with the heel stone, its rays shooting directly into the heart of the monument to illuminate the central altar. Conversely, during the winter solstice, the sun sets directly between the towering uprights of the tallest trilithons, framing the dying light in a spectacle of stone. This wasn't just about marking the longest and shortest days. It was about predicting the changing seasons, knowing when to plant and when to harvest, and fundamentally understanding humanity's place within the great celestial clockwork. Some researchers even suggest that the more complex alignments of the 56 Aubrey holes, circular pits surrounding the site, could have been used to predict lunar eclipses, representing a level of astronomical sophistication we rarely attribute to Neolithic cultures. The mystery deepens considerably when we consider the stones themselves. The largest pillars, the sarsens, are a local sandstone, but their size is no less impressive, weighing up to 30 tons each. They were dragged from quarries over 20 miles away. The real enigma, however, lies with the smaller blue stones. Geological analysis has traced these distinctive spotted dolerite rocks all the way to the Preseli Hills in Wales, a staggering distance of over 150 miles. The logistical nightmare of transporting these multi-ton stones across such a vast distance, over rivers and through rugged terrain without the wheel or metal tools, is almost incomprehensible. This Herculean effort strongly suggests these stones were chosen for a reason far beyond their aesthetic appeal. their journey implies a purpose that was absolutely vital, perhaps even magical. Some theories propose that the blue stones were believed to possess potent healing properties, and that Stonehenge was a destination for pilgrimage and ritual healing, a Neolithic Lourdes. Others suggest the builders were tapping into powerful telluric currents, or earth energies that flow along ley lines, positioning the monument as a great energy receptor or amplifier. For centuries, our understanding was limited to what we could see above ground, but modern technology is radically rewriting the story of Stonehenge. Ground-penetrating radar and other remote sensing techniques have recently revealed that the famous stone circle is merely the tip of the iceberg. Beneath the soil lies a hidden, sprawling complex of archaeological wonders. Researchers have discovered evidence of a vast network of surrounding monuments, processional avenues, numerous other timber and stone structures, and even massive pits that appear to form their own cosmic patterns. This reveals that Stonehenge was not an isolated temple but the vibrant, beating heart of a vast ceremonial landscape, a destination for gatherings that would have drawn people from across the region for centuries. It was a place of immense social and spiritual significance. Ultimately, Stonehenge is a powerful symbol of humanity's eternal and universal quest to comprehend the fundamental forces that govern our existence. Its builders looked to the heavens, measured the movements of celestial bodies, and then hauled immense stones into precise alignments to mirror that cosmic order here on Earth. They sought to bridge the gap between the earthly and the divine, to find meaning in the cycles of time, and to harness the invisible energies of the world around them. This primal drive to understand the universe is a thread that connects us directly to those ancient astronomers. Our methods have changed. We now build massive particle accelerators like the Large Hadron Collider deep underground to probe the secrets of the subatomic world, but the essential curiosity remains the same. We are still that same species, gazing at the stars and building monuments to our quest for knowledge, forever listening for the whispers of the cosmos. Leaving the misty plains of England behind, we journey now to the stark and sun-baked deserts of southern Peru, where one of archaeology's most perplexing riddles is etched into the very floor of the planet. The Nazca Lines are not a structure you can walk through or touch in the conventional sense. They are a colossal canvas, a series of gigantic geoglyphs carved into the dark desert pavement to reveal the lighter soil beneath. From ground level, they appear as little more than shallow grooves, meaningless scratches in the earth. But ascend to the sky, and the true masterpiece is revealed, a breathtaking gallery of staggering scale and precision, depicting everything from a hummingbird with wings outstretched to a massive monkey with an intricately coiled tail, from a towering spider to geometric shapes that stretch for miles in perfectly straight lines. This is art on a scale only the gods could have viewed, a fact that lies at the very heart of its enduring mystery. The most pressing question, of course, is why. Why would a people expend such immense effort to create images they themselves could never fully see? The theories are as varied as the figures themselves, each one offering a fascinating glimpse into the worldview of the Nazca culture. One prominent idea posits that the lines served as a massive astronomical calendar. Certain lines align with the rising and setting points of the sun, moon, and key stars during solstices and equinoxes, potentially marking crucial dates for an agricultural society dependent on seasonal cycles. The animal figures might even represent constellations, mapping the celestial heavens onto the terrestrial plane. Another compelling theory suggests the geoglyphs formed a sacred landscape for ritual processions. Imagine groups of people walking these pathways during ceremonies, their footsteps tracing the outline of a colossal condor or spider, physically connecting with the symbols of their spiritual world to invoke rain, fertility, or divine favor. A more practical, yet equally brilliant, explanation involves water, the most precious resource in a desert environment. Some researchers have noted a strong correlation between the placement of certain figures and the location of underground aquifers. The lines, particularly the long, straight ones and trapezoids, could have functioned as markers for subterranean water sources or even as part of a sophisticated system to channel and conserve precious water, with the vibrations from walking the lines potentially helping to detect water flow below. This theory paints the Nazca not as mystics alone, but as ingenious hydraulic engineers who used their art to map and manage the lifeblood of their civilization. The technical achievement behind the lines is itself a silent testament to an advanced understanding of surveying and mathematics. To create figures over 300 meters long with near-perfect symmetry and proportions, the creators must have employed sophisticated techniques. They likely used a series of stakes and ropes to plot out the designs from a central point, scaling up small models with incredible accuracy. The preservation of these lines for over 2,000 years is another marvel. The Nazca understood their environment intimately. They capitalized on a unique natural combination, a surface of dark, sun-baked rocks that absorbs heat, creating a cushion of warm air that protects the lighter subsoil from being scoured away by the wind, while the region's extreme aridity and lack of rain prevented erosion. They engineered these creations to last, to endure across millennia. This incredible longevity and the aerial perspective required to appreciate them have inevitably fueled more speculative ideas. The notion that the lines were meant as messages or landing strips for extraterrestrial beings, while dismissed by mainstream archaeology, persists in popular culture and speaks to a deeper human fascination. They challenge us to consider the lengths to which a civilization might go to communicate with someone or something beyond their own time and understanding. Whether intended for gods, ancestors, or future generations, the Nazca Lines function as a powerful, permanent signal. In that sense, they are a precursor to modern endeavors like the Arecibo message beamed into space or the ETI program, which scans the heavens for signals from other stars. They represent a fundamental human urge to reach out, to make a mark so grand and undeniable that it transcends the limits of a single lifetime, whispering across the ages that we were here and that we too were looking for connection in a vast and mysterious universe. Rising from the mist-shrouded peaks of the Peruvian Andes, Machu Picchu feels less like a ruined city and more like a living part of the mountain itself. This Incan citadel, perched at an altitude of nearly 8,000 feet, is a breathtaking testament to a philosophy of design that did not seek to conquer nature, but to collaborate with it. Unlike the imposing, geometric pyramids of Giza, Machu Picchu's genius lies in its seamless integration with a breathtakingly difficult landscape. The builders didn't level the mountain to suit their plans. They allowed the mountain's contours to dictate the flow of their city, creating an organic masterpiece of urban planning that appears to have grown naturally from the stone. This harmonious relationship between human creation and the natural world is the first and most powerful whisper this site offers us, a lesson in humility and ingenuity that resonates deeply in our modern era of environmental challenges. The architectural prowess on display here is staggering, particularly when you consider the relentless geological forces of the Andes. This region is seismically active, prone to powerful earthquakes that would reduce lesser structures to rubble. Yet Machu Picchu has stood for centuries, its walls remarkably intact. The secret lies in the Incas' brilliant anti-seismic engineering. They constructed their buildings with trapezoidal doors and windows, a shape far more resistant to shaking than rectangles. More importantly, the stonework itself is a marvel. The finest walls are built using a technique called ashlar, where stones are cut to fit together perfectly without any mortar. Instead of being rigidly locked in place, these stones can shift and sway slightly during a tremor, settling back into position once the shaking stops, effectively allowing the walls to dance with the earthquake. This profound understanding of dynamic forces reveals a civilization that was not just building for the present, but engineering for eternity. This deep knowledge extended from the earth to the heavens. The Incas were meticulous astronomers, and the entire layout of Machu Picchu serves as a sophisticated celestial observatory. Buildings and sacred stones are carefully positioned to mark the solstices and equinoxes, those critical turning points in the agricultural and spiritual year. The most famous of these astronomical instruments is the Intihuatana stone, a beautifully carved granite pillar whose name translates to the hitching post of the sun. During the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, the Incas would perform a ceremony at this stone, symbolically tying the sun to the post to prevent it from disappearing entirely and to ensure its vital return. The angles and planes of the Intihuatana are precisely calibrated to track the sun's movement throughout the year, functioning as a sophisticated calendar stone that aligned their rituals with the cosmic cycle. It was a direct physical connection to the cosmos, a way of anchoring celestial order into their daily lives. Beyond the sacred and the celestial, the city is a masterclass in practical, sustainable living. The ingenious terracing system that sculpts the mountainside is perhaps its most visually striking feature. These were not mere decorative steps, they were the agricultural lifeblood of the community. The terraces prevented catastrophic soil erosion on steep slopes, created microclimates for growing a diverse range of crops like maize and potatoes, and incorporated deep, gravel-filled bases that ensured perfect drainage, preventing the waterlogged soil that would have rotted the roots during heavy rains. This ancient innovation is a precursor to modern sustainable agriculture techniques that we are only now re-embracing to fight soil degradation. Equally impressive is the water management system. The Incas channeled fresh spring water from over half a mile away through a meticulously engineered network of stone canals and fountains. The water was distributed sequentially through 16 ceremonial fountains, providing a fresh, public water source to each residential sector before being used for irrigation. This wasn't just plumbing, it was a reflection of a communal, ordered society that managed its most precious resource with reverence and brilliant efficiency. In an age of growing water scarcity, the whispers from Machu Picchu's fountains are clear and urgent. Ultimately, the greatest secret this citadel guards is not a hidden treasure chamber, but a timeless philosophy. Machu Picchu stands as a powerful symbol of balance between the earthly and the celestial, between human ambition and environmental limits, between monumental construction and graceful integration. Its sudden abandonment, while a historical mystery, preserved it not as a monument to collapse, but as a perfect snapshot of a society that thrived by listening to the rhythms of the natural world. In our current era of climate change and ecological crisis, this ancient city high in the clouds doesn't just whisper, it calls out, offering a profound lesson in resilience, sustainability, and the enduring power of building in harmony with the planet we call home. Isolated in the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, presents one of archaeology's most poignant and powerful mysteries. The island is dotted with nearly 900 massive stone figures, the Moai, their stern, elongated faces gazing stoically inland from their stone platforms known as ahu. For centuries, these statues were known to the world only by their colossal heads, creating an iconic but incomplete image. However, Recent archaeological excavations have profoundly rewritten this picture, revealing that these heads are in fact attached to vast, fully formed bodies buried deep underground by centuries of soil and sediment. This discovery was a revelation, showing that the Moai are complete torsos, some standing over 30 feet tall from head to toe, with intricate carvings of crescents and other symbolic motifs etched across their backs. These were not merely busts, they were monumental, full-bodied beings hidden in the earth, their hidden details speaking to a culture of immense complexity and spiritual depth. The purpose of these giants extends far beyond mere artistry. They are the physical embodiment of the islanders' profound connection to their ancestors. In the Rapa Nui belief system, it was thought that the spiritual power or mana of a deceased tribal leader could be harnessed and centralized for the benefit of the community. The Moai served as permanent vessels for this sacred mana. When a statue was completed and ceremonially raised upon its Ahu platform, it was believed to be activated, its blank, staring eyes now able to project this protective, generative energy over the village and its people. Their placement along the coastline was highly strategic. They were not facing out to sea to welcome or warn visitors, but rather watching over the island's inhabitants, their backs to the ocean, acting as eternal guardians and conduits of divine favor. Some theories also suggest their specific locations might have marked territorial boundaries or indicated nearby freshwater sources, the most precious resource on the island, making them both spiritual and practical markers in the landscape. The logistical feat of creating and transporting these statues is a mystery that continues to inspire and baffle engineers. The Moai were carved from compressed volcanic tuff at a single quarry within the crater of the Rono-Raraku volcano. Using only stone hand tools called toki, teams of craftsmen would painstakingly shape a single statue, a process that could take a team of 6 men well over a year to complete. The real wonder, however, lies in how these multi-ton monoliths, some weighing over 80 tons, were transported up to 11 miles across the island's rugged, rolling terrain to their final coastal altars. The oral traditions of the Rapa Nui people speak of the statues walking themselves to their ahu, guided by the divine power of a chief or priest. Modern experiments have put poetic truth to this legend. Researchers have demonstrated that by using a system of ropes and a coordinated rocking motion, a team of just 18 people could indeed walk a full-sized Moai replica in an upright position, maneuvering it slowly across the landscape. Other theories propose they were moved horizontally on log rollers or sledges. Regardless of the method, the undertaking required a highly organized, prosperous, and motivated society, one capable of marshalling immense communal effort for a shared spiritual goal. This very success, however, contains the seeds of a profound tragedy, making the Moai more than just monuments. They are silent sentinels of a stark environmental warning. The prevailing narrative suggests that the very act of creating and moving the Moai contributed to a catastrophic ecological collapse. The theory goes that the island was once covered in a lush palm forest, but the need for wood for rollers, ropes, and sledges, combined with clearing land for agriculture and using wood for fuel, led to complete deforestation. Without trees to anchor the soil, erosion set in, crippling agriculture. The loss of timber also meant no more canoes could be built to fish in deeper, more abundant waters, leading to famine and social collapse. The culture descended into violent internal conflict, symbolized by the toppling of the Moai. Each statue pushed face down from its ahu, breaking at the neck, a literal and symbolic severing of the ancestral connection that had once defined them. While this story of ecocide is a powerful and cautionary tale about the unsustainable use of resources, recent archaeological evidence suggests a more complex picture. Some researchers now point to the arrival of European diseases and the devastating impact of the slave trade in the 18th and 19th centuries as the primary drivers of the population's decline, arguing that the Rapa Nui people had developed sophisticated adaptive strategies to survive on their isolated island. Yet the image of a toppled Moai lying abandoned in a barren landscape remains one of the most potent symbols in the modern environmental movement. It serves as a microcosm of our own planetary dilemma, a whisper from the past that urges us to consider the long-term consequences of our actions. The Moai stand and lie fallen as a dual symbol, and breathtaking achievement of human faith, artistry, and cooperation, but also a sobering reminder that no civilization, no matter how ingenious, is immune to the limits of the natural world it depends upon. Now we venture deep into the heart of the Yucatan Peninsula, where the great Mayan city of Chichen Itza rises from the jungle, a sprawling metropolis of stone that serves as a masterclass in the fusion of science, spirituality, and sound. At its center stands El Castillo, the castle, a step pyramid so precisely engineered that it functions as a colossal calendar and a celestial timekeeper, its very form a testament to the Mayans' profound obsession with the cycles of time. This isn't just a temple to be admired, it is a device to be experienced, a piece of architectural genius designed to stage a breathtaking spectacle that connects the earth directly to the heavens above. Twice a year, during the spring and autumn equinoxes, this ancient stage comes to life in a display that continues to draw thousands of awe-struck spectators. As the sun sets on these 2 days, a perfectly calculated interplay of light and shadow unfolds across the pyramid's main staircase. The step terraces cast a series of 7 isosceles triangles of shadow that slither down the northern balustrade, connecting at the bottom with the great stone serpent heads that flank the base. The result is the stunning, undulating illusion of a massive diamond-backed serpent, the embodiment of the feathered serpent god Kukulkan descending from the sky to earth. This 20-minute phenomenon was far more than a clever visual trick. It was a powerful public reaffirmation of the cosmic order. It marked the moment of perfect balance between day and night, a time of renewal and a signal for the agricultural cycle, demonstrating the god's promised return and the renewal of his covenant with the people. It was theology written in sunlight and stone, a divine performance that cemented the authority of the priestly class who could predict it with such flawless accuracy. This connection to time is literally carved into the pyramid's very dimensions. Each of the 4 sides has 91 steps. When you multiply that by 4, you get 364. Add the one final step to the top platform, and you arrive at 365, a direct representation of the solar year. Furthermore, the 9 terraced levels on each side are bisected by the staircase, creating 18 separate sections that correspond to the 18 months of the Mayan solar calendar. The 52 panels on the sides represent the 52-year cycle when the solar and sacred calendars realigned, a period of great significance and potential renewal. The pyramid is quite literally a mathematical model of their complex calendrical system, a permanent, 3-dimensional record of their understanding of temporal cycles. But the wonders of El Castillo are not solely visual. The structure possesses a remarkable acoustic property that adds another layer to its mystery. A hand clap directly in front of the staircase produces an echo that doesn't sound like a simple reverberation. Instead, it returns as a distinct, chirping sound that uncannily mimics the cry of the sacred Quetzal bird, a creature deeply associated with the Maya rain deity and the concept of the divine. This auditory marvel was almost certainly an intentional feature of the design, achieved through the precise spacing and angle of the steps which scatter the sound waves in a specific way. For the ancient Maya, this would have been perceived as the voice of the spirit world, a direct auditory confirmation that their rituals and prayers were being heard by the gods themselves. Beyond the pyramid lies another monumental space that speaks to a darker, more visceral aspect of Mayan belief, the Great Ball Court. This is the largest and most impressive Tlachtli court in all of Mesoamerica, its towering parallel walls stretching over 500 feet long. Here, teams engaged in a brutal and deeply ritualistic ball game that was far more than sport. Players used their hips, elbows, and knees to propel a solid rubber ball through stone rings set high on the walls, a feat of incredible athleticism. The game was laden with cosmic symbolism, often seen as a reenactment of the mythic struggle between the forces of light and darkness, or the movement of celestial bodies across the sky. The acoustics here are equally manipulated and profound. A whisper spoken at one end of the massive court can be clearly heard at the other, a feature that would have amplified the chants of the crowd and the solemn pronouncements of the priests. For the players, the stakes were unimaginably high. Carvings on the walls depict the aftermath of the game, showing the captain of the victorious team holding the decapitated head of the defeated opponent. While the exact nature of the outcome is still debated, it is widely believed that the game often culminated in ritual sacrifice, a fate that might have been bestowed upon the losers or, in a profound twist of belief, upon the victorious captain himself, granting him the ultimate honor of becoming a direct messenger to the gods. This practice underscores a core Mayan belief in the necessity of sacrifice to ensure the continued cycles of life, death, and rebirth, the very cycles their calendars so meticulously track. Chichen Itza in its entirety is a powerful whisper about the nature of time itself. The Maya did not see time as a simple, linear progression from past to future. For them, time was a sacred, cyclical force, composed of repeating patterns and great cycles that governed everything from the harvest to the rise and fall of civilizations. Their long count calendar, which famously sparked modern debates about the so-called end of the world in 2012, was simply the completion of one such grand cycle and the beginning of another. This sophisticated, cyclical view of history, where events are destined to repeat and patterns echo across the ages, finds a powerful resonance in our modern world. We see it in the recurring patterns of economics, the rise and fall of empires, and even in ecological cycles. The stone symphony of Chichen Itza challenges our linear perspective, urging us to consider that history might not be a straight line but a spiral, and that the past holds profound, repeating lessons for our future. Silent and immense, the great Sphinx of Giza crouches in the desert sands, its lion's body and human head presenting a riddle that has challenged historians, geologists, and explorers for centuries. While tradition places its construction alongside the pyramids of the 4th dynasty, around 2500 BCE, a growing body of geological evidence suggests this iconic guardian might be far more ancient, a relic from a time long before the pharaohs we know. The most compelling argument for its greater age lies in the undeniable patterns of erosion carved into its limestone core. The body of the Sphinx and the walls of the enclosure from which it was carved show deep, undulating, vertical weathering channels. This type of erosion is characteristic of heavy, prolonged rainfall, a weather pattern that Egypt has not experienced since the end of the last ice age, over 12,000 years ago. This stands in stark contrast to the wind-borne sand erosion seen on other Old Kingdom structures, suggesting the Sphinx was already ancient when the first stones of the Great Pyramid were being laid. This provocative theory pushes the monument's origin back into a hazy, prehistoric era, a time often associated in legend with a lost civilization, forcing us to reconsider the entire timeline of advanced human achievement. This radical redating of the Sphinx opens the door to an even more astonishing astronomical theory. If the monument is indeed that old, its celestial alignment takes on a profound new significance. Around 10,500 BC, the constellation Leo would have risen directly in the eastern sky during the vernal equinox. The Sphinx, with its leonine body, is oriented precisely to face the rising sun on that day. This is not a vague association, it is a precise astronomical alignment. This has led researchers like Robert Bovell and Graham Hancock to propose that the Sphinx was not merely a portrait of a pharaoh, but was originally conceived as a monumental representation of the constellation Leo, acting as a terrestrial marker for the age of Leo, a 2,000-year-long astrological age that began around that very time. In this context, the Sphinx becomes a permanent stone time capsule, a colossal clock face set to a specific moment in the great precessional cycle of the Earth, its gaze forever locked on the dawn of its own celestial counterpart. It transforms from a passive statue into an active participant in a cosmic plan, designed to encode a very specific and very ancient date for a future generation to decipher. Beyond its age and alignment, the Sphinx's traditional role as a guardian is imbued with layers of symbolic meaning that resonate through the ages. In Egyptian mythology, it was known as Hor-Emakhit, or Horus in the horizon, a solar deity representing the horizon itself and the cycle of sunrise and sunset. Its composite form, the head of a human and the body of a lion, symbolizes the fusion of intelligence and raw power, a perfect guardian for the necropolis and the vast knowledge it was believed to contain. This symbolism as a protector of hidden wisdom has fueled endless speculation and exploration. For generations, legends and historical accounts have spoken of hidden chambers and lost halls of records concealed deep beneath the Sphinx's paws. The words of the Roman historian Pliny the Elder and even more recent accounts from the early 20th century speak of entryways and subterranean complexes. This tantalizing possibility has driven modern scientific inquiry. Ground-penetrating radar surveys and seismic studies have repeatedly indicated the presence of anomalies and cavities in the bedrock beneath and around the Sphinx. While some of these may be natural fissures or voids, others appear remarkably geometric and organized, suggesting artificial origins. The most famous of these explorations, led by researchers from various institutions, has pointed to a potential chamber beneath the Sphinx's left paw and another, larger room deep beneath its rear quarters. Despite these compelling clues, definitive, large-scale excavation has been hindered by the immense political and logistical challenges of working at such a sensitive World Heritage Site, as well as concerns about potentially destabilizing the monument itself. The secrets, if they exist, remain tantalizingly out of reach, guarded as fiercely by bureaucracy and preservation concerns as by the stone itself. This enduring enigma is perhaps the Sphinx's greatest power. It is more than a statue, it is the ultimate symbol of the unsolved mystery. It represents the human drive to question, to probe, and to never fully accept the surface explanation. It whispers to the explorer in all of us, urging us to look deeper, to question established narratives, and to believe that the past may hold truths far more complex and wondrous than we have been taught. In an age where we are still searching for dark matter, probing the depths of our own DNA, and sending rovers to Mars, the Sphinx stands as an ancient mirror to our own relentless curiosity. It is a permanent reminder that some truths are not given freely. They must be sought, often against great odds, and that the greatest discoveries often lie not in the answers we possess, but in the profound and enduring questions we have yet to solve. Leaving the stark grandeur of the Egyptian desert, we journey now to the lush, tropical jungles of Cambodia, where the sprawling temple complex of Angkor Wat rises like a mirage of stone from the forest floor. This is not merely a building, it is an entire cosmos carved in sandstone, a breathtaking architectural vision designed to mirror the celestial and spiritual universe of Hindu belief. Originally dedicated to the god Vishnu, the preserver, the entire site is a profound act of symbolism. The vast, rectangular moat that surrounds it is not just a defensive feature, it represents the primordial waters of the cosmic ocean from which all creation emerged. At its heart, the 5 iconic towers rise majestically, their distinctive lotus bud shapes forming a quincunx pattern. These are not random spires, they are a direct representation of the 5 peaks of Mount Meru, the sacred mountain at the very center of the Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain cosmologies, believed to be the axis of the entire universe. To walk from the outer walls toward the central sanctuary is to symbolically journey from the outer edges of existence toward the spiritual summit of enlightenment, a physical pilgrimage encoded in stone. This cosmic symbolism extends far beyond the general layout into the most minute and magnificent details. The walls of the temple are a vast library of stone, covered in over 1,200 square meters of the most intricate and exquisite bas-reliefs in the world. These are not simple decorations, they are epic narratives carved with astonishing skill. One gallery tells the story of the churning of the ocean of milk, a foundational Hindu myth depicting gods and demons working together to churn the cosmic ocean and obtain the elixir of immortality. Another shows a vivid procession from the reign of King Suryavarman II, the temple's founder, depicting his military victories and the daily life of his empire, seamlessly blending historical record with divine mythology. Every inch of the complex, from the graceful Apsara dancers adorning the walls to the fierce guardian Nagas flanking the causeways, serves to reinforce the idea that this is a place where heaven and earth meet, where the divine order is made manifest in the human realm. The genius of Angkor Wat's design, however, goes even deeper than its mythological symbolism. Astonishingly, modern researchers have discovered that the entire ground plan of the temple complex is a precise terrestrial map of the constellation Draco, the dragon, as it would have appeared in the sky at dawn on the spring equinox in the year 10,500 BCE. This is not a vague resemblance but a meticulous correlation, with the key temples and water features aligning perfectly with the major stars of the Dragon constellation. This celestial mirroring suggests the builders possessed and encoded incredibly advanced astronomical knowledge, anchoring their sacred geography not just to a mythical mountain, but to the very fabric of the night sky. Furthermore, the dimensions of the complex are rife with astronomical numbers and sacred geometry. The distances between certain structures correspond to the cycles of the sun and moon, and the overall measurements are believed to encode the key numbers of Hindu chronology, transforming the entire site into a massive, silent clock measuring the vast cycles of time, or yugas, that govern the universe according to their beliefs. This immense project was, of course, a colossal exercise in power. The construction of Angkor Wat required the labor of thousands, the resources of an entire empire, and a level of centralized authority that is almost unimaginable. For King Suryavarman II, it was the ultimate statement of his divine right to rule. By building a terrestrial copy of the home of the gods, he was effectively claiming his own place within the cosmic order, legitimizing his authority by directly associating himself and his reign with the eternal and the divine. The temple was a powerful tool for inspiring a collective identity, uniting his people under a shared spiritual and cultural monument that demonstrated the empire's wealth, power, and piety. It was a statement to both his subjects and rival kingdoms that his rule was sanctioned by the gods themselves, a physical manifestation of his power that was intended to endure long after his death. And yet, for all its grandeur, Angkor Wat too succumbed to the inevitable cycles of rise and fall. The great city around it, once the largest pre-industrial urban center in the world, was eventually abandoned to the jungle, its vast water management system failing and its power waning. The temple itself was gradually transformed from a Hindu center to a Buddhist site, its statues and meanings adapted by new generations. For centuries, it was known only locally, a magnificent secret kept by the jungle, until European explorers in the 19th century stumbled upon its ruins and brought its splendors to the world's attention. This cycle of creation, decline, obscurity, and rediscovery is a powerful echo of the very cosmic cycles the temple was built to represent, a reminder that even the greatest symbols of power are subject to the relentless flow of time. Today, Angkor Wat's whisper is profoundly relevant. It speaks to the universal human practice of using symbolism, architecture, and art to construct collective identity and legitimize authority. We see this same impulse in the design of modern capital cities, in the grandeur of government buildings, and in the national monuments we erect to tell our own stories. Angkor Wat challenges us to look at the symbols we live within and ask what values and beliefs they are encoding for future generations. It stands as a timeless lesson in how cosmology, power, and stone can be woven together to create a narrative so powerful that it can define a civilization and endure long after that civilization has faded, waiting silently in the jungle for its story to be heard once more. Nestled in a high valley just 30 miles northeast of modern-day Mexico City, the vast ruins of Teotihuacan silently assert a grandeur that has endured for over 2,000 years. Known to the later Aztecs as the City of the Gods, this metropolis was once one of the largest and most influential in the entire ancient world, a bustling hub that at its peak housed over 100,000 inhabitants. Unlike many other great centers born of a single known culture, the origins of Teotihuacan and the identity of its builders remain one of its most profound mysteries. We do not know what they called themselves or even what language they spoke. What we are left with is their staggering architectural legacy, a city so meticulously planned and symbolically charged that it feels less like a random settlement and more like a deliberate, physical manifestation of a cosmic blueprint etched into the very floor of the valley. The city's awe-inspiring centerpiece is the Avenue of the Dead, a massive central thoroughfare running for over 2 miles, flanked by the monumental footprints of temples, palaces, and platforms. At its northern terminus stands the Pyramid of the Moon, its form echoing the shape of the sacred mountain Cerro Gordo behind it. Further along, the colossal Pyramid of the Sun dominates the landscape, one of the largest structures of its kind in the Western Hemisphere. But these were not just tombs or temples for ritual alone, they were celestial instruments of stone. The entire layout of the city is a precise astronomical map. The Pyramid of the Sun is carefully aligned so that its western face points directly to the setting point of the Pleiades star cluster on key dates. This star group held immense significance for Mesoamerican cultures, often associated with creation myths, the agricultural cycle, and the passage of time. The sight lines from the Pyramid of the Moon and the Ciudadela complex also track the movements of other celestial bodies, including the Sun and Venus. Walking the Avenue of the Dead was likely a symbolic journey through the heavens, a daily reenactment of cosmic order for its citizens. This celestial choreography extends to the city's groundbreaking urban design. Teotihuacan is one of the earliest and most perfectly executed grid plans in human history, a stark contrast to the more organic, winding layouts of contemporary European cities. This was not haphazard growth. It was a master-planned metropolis from its very inception. Every street, compound, and canal was laid out on a strict north-south, east-west axis, a design philosophy that many researchers believe was intended to mirror the fundamental order of the universe. The grid itself may be a representation of a cosmic plan, dividing the world into 4 quarters with the avenue of the dead acting as the central axis mundi, or world axis, connecting the earthly realm with the layers of the underworld and the heavens above. This concept of the city as a microcosm, a sacred space that replicates the structure of the cosmos, is a powerful idea that would echo through the ages, influencing urban planning from the Forbidden City in Beijing to the grand designs of modern capital cities like Washington, D.C., where avenues are named for states and monuments align with solstice sunrises. Beyond its alignments and layout, Teotihuacan reveals a startling command of materials that continues to perplex archaeologists. In the early 1900s, explorers discovered massive sheets of mica, a complex silicate mineral with remarkable insulating and heat-resistant properties, layered deep within the pyramid structures. This was not local material. The nearest source for mica of this quality and size is in Brazil, thousands of miles away. Why go to such incredible effort to transport and secretly embed this mineral beneath tons of stone? Some theorists suggest it could have been used for its energy-conducting properties, perhaps as part of a lost technological application, or for more symbolic reasons, representing a layer between the earthly and spiritual worlds. Even more enigmatic was the recent discovery of large quantities of liquid mercury deep in a tunnel beneath the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent. In the ancient world, mercury was incredibly rare and difficult to produce, often associated with ritual and alchemy. Its presence here in a sealed, sacred space hints at knowledge and practices that we are only beginning to glimpse, suggesting the city's priests or engineers possessed a sophisticated understanding of chemistry and its potential symbolic or practical uses. The mathematical genius of Teotihuacan's builders is also encoded in the very proportions of their pyramids. The base perimeter of the Pyramid of the Sun is only slightly smaller than that of the Great Pyramid of Giza, another deliberate echo of cosmic numbers. The ratios between the heights and bases of the major structures appear to reflect planetary relationships and mathematical constants significant in sacred geometry. Some researchers have proposed that the distances between the pyramids correspond to the orbital distances of the planets in our solar system, creating a scale model of the heavens on Earth. Whether this is a precise correlation or a symbolic one remains debated, but it underscores the overwhelming evidence that every single aspect of Teotihuacan's design was calculated, measured, and imbued with layers of meaning, blending astronomy, mathematics, and spirituality into an inseparable whole. And then, around the year 550 of the Common Era, this brilliant, thriving, powerful city met a sudden and catastrophic end. The evidence points to a violent and rapid demise. Major structures along the Avenue of the Dead were systematically burned and destroyed in a great conflagration. There was no gradual decline. The city was effectively abandoned, its population scattering, leaving behind a ghostly shell of its former glory. The question of what happened has haunted researchers for decades. Was it an internal uprising, a revolution of the lower classes against a ruling elite that had grown too powerful? Was it an invasion by a foreign enemy, though no clear evidence of a new culture has been found in the immediate aftermath? Or was it an environmental catastrophe? Paleoclimatologists have found evidence of severe droughts that gripped the region around that time, droughts that would have led to famine, social unrest, and the collapse of the agricultural system that supported the massive urban population. The truth is likely a combination of these factors, a perfect storm of ecological stress and social upheaval that brought a cosmic empire to its knees. The silent, empty streets of Teotihuacan now whisper a dual lesson. They speak of humanity's incredible capacity to envision and create order, to build monuments that strive to touch the heavens and mirror the universe itself. They show us that urban planning at its highest level is not just about logistics and housing, but about creating a living, breathing symbol of our deepest beliefs about the cosmos. Yet they also serve as a stark reminder of our fragility. Even the most brilliantly designed and spiritually potent civilization remains tethered to the health of its environment and the stability of its society. Teotihuacan stands as a monumental question mark, challenging us to build our own cities with both cosmic ambition and earthly responsibility, to create a future that is not only grand in scale but also sustainable in practice, so that our greatest urban dreams do not become future ruins whispering cautionary tales to the wind. Just when we thought we had the story of human civilization neatly mapped out, a steady progression from hunter-gatherer nomads to settled farmers, and finally to the builders of cities and temples, a remarkable discovery in southeastern Turkey completely upended the narrative. Göbekli Tepe, which translates to Potbelly Hill, is not just an ancient site, it is a profound anomaly, a staggering puzzle that forces us to tear up the textbook and start again. Carbon dating firmly places its construction to around 9,600 BCE, a time so remote it predates the invention of writing, the wheel, and most astonishingly, agriculture itself. This is not merely an old temple, it is a sophisticated complex built by people who, according to everything we thought we knew, should have been simple, mobile foragers. Instead, they were erecting a monument of such scale, ambition, and artistry that it rivals structures built millennia later by established empires. Göbekli Tepe doesn't just whisper about the past, it shouts a revolutionary truth that challenges the very foundation of how we understand our own history. The architecture of the site is both mysterious and magnificent. What archaeologists have uncovered so far are multiple circular enclosures, each defined by a ring of massive T-shaped limestone pillars. These are not rough-hewn stones, they are expertly quarried, shaped, and transported from local quarries, with some of the central pillars weighing an astounding 20 tons. The engineering feat of moving and erecting these monoliths without the aid of domesticated animals or the wheel implies a level of social organization and technical skill that we never attributed to pre-agricultural societies. But the true wonder lies in the artistry. The pillars are not blank, they are covered in a breathtaking menagerie of carved reliefs. We see a world in stone, foxes, cranes, scorpions, boars, and snakes, all rendered with a fluid, confident style that feels dynamic and alive. These are not crude scratches, they are masterful artworks, suggesting a rich symbolic language and a complex mythological worldview. The animals are not merely decorative, they likely held deep totemic or spiritual significance, perhaps representing different clans or powerful spirit guides in a shamanic tradition, telling a story we can only begin to decipher. This leads to the site's most provocative implication, the motivation for its construction. The traditional model of civilization, often called the Neolithic Revolution, posits that agriculture came first. The idea is that once humans learned to farm, they could produce a surplus of food. This surplus allowed for population growth, specialization of labor, enabling some people to become priests, artists, and engineers instead of farmers, and ultimately, the free time and resources needed to build permanent settlements and monumental architecture. Göbekli Tepe turns this entire sequence on its head. Here, we have unequivocal evidence of monumental architecture, the product of specialized labor and complex organization, appearing before the domestication of plants and animals. So, if farming didn't enable the building of Göbekli Tepe, what did? The evidence points powerfully to a different driver, spirituality. It seems that the compelling, shared desire to come together for ritual, to worship, to create a sacred space for a common belief system, is what first brought large groups of people together in a coordinated, sustained effort. This suggests that the cathedral, in a sense, predated the city. It was the human urge to connect with the divine, to make meaning together, that provided the social glue and organizational spark that eventually led to settled life and agriculture, not the other way around. Adding another layer of sophistication, the placement of these enclosures appears to be anything but random. Preliminary astronomical analysis suggests that the circular structures might have been aligned with specific celestial bodies. Some researchers propose that the layout of the pillars and enclosures corresponds with the rising points of stars like Sirius or other key astronomical events. If confirmed, this would mean that these primitive hunters were not just master stonemasons and artists, but also keen astronomers, carefully observing the night sky and embedding their understanding into the very orientation of their sacred space. This celestial connection would have served a dual purpose. It would have provided a ritual calendar, marking times for gatherings and ceremonies, and it would have further reinforced the sacredness of the site by literally connecting it to the heavens, making it a true axis mundi where the earthly and cosmic realms met. The ultimate fate of Göbekli Tepe is as mysterious as its purpose. After being in use for over 1,000 years, around 8000 BC, the entire site was deliberately and carefully buried under vast quantities of earth and stone. This was not an act of violence or rapid abandonment. It was a systematic entombment. Why would a people go to such tremendous effort to build something so awe-inspiring, only to consign it to a deliberate and permanent darkness? We may never know the exact reason. It could have been part of a ritual decommissioning, a way to retire the sacred ground with respect, perhaps because their beliefs had evolved or changed. Or it could have been an act of preservation, a way to protect their most holy site from encroaching new ideologies or peoples. This intentional burial is ironically what preserved the structures in such remarkable condition for us to discover 12,000 years later, saving them from erosion and later human interference. The whispers from Göbekli Tepe are therefore among the most radical and exciting in all of archaeology. This single site forces us to consider the possibility of a lost epoch of human development, a pre-agrarian era where complex social structures and sophisticated symbolic thought already flourished. It opens the door to the tantalizing, if speculative, idea that the origins of civilization might be far older and more complex than we ever imagined, and that many of its earliest achievements could be lost to time, buried beneath the hills of Anatolia or submerged under the rising seas of the last ice age. Göbekli Tepe is more than a collection of old stones. It is a catalyst for a paradigm shift, inspiring not just archaeologists but also futurists to rethink the fundamental drivers of human collaboration and innovation. It suggests that our greatest leaps forward may not always be born from practical necessity, but from a shared, profound, and timeless need to come together and build meaning, to create something larger than ourselves that echoes through the millennia. Long before the first stone was laid at Stonehenge or the Great Pyramid of Giza began its ascent from the desert sands, a different kind of wonder was being carefully crafted in the rolling green landscape of Ireland's Boyne Valley. Newgrange is a monumental passage tomb, a vast circular mound of earth and stone that dates back over 5,200 years, making it one of the oldest known intentionally aligned structures in the entire world. To stand before it is to confront a profound sense of deep time. This is a place that was ancient before the pharaohs ruled Egypt, a silent, enduring sentinel that has watched millennia come and go. From the outside, it appears as a great grass-covered hill, its facade studded with dazzling white quartz stones and rounded river cobbles that glitter in the sunlight. But this unassuming exterior belies an architectural and astronomical miracle hidden within, a feat of engineering and cosmic observation that continues to inspire awe and wonder to this day. The true genius of Newgrange is revealed by entering through its massive, intricately carved curbstone and venturing down the long, narrow passageway that leads to the very heart of the mound. This corridor, built from immense, unmortared stone slabs, stretches for 62 feet into the darkness, finally opening into a high, corbelled vaulted chamber with 3 side recesses. This central space is a masterpiece of Neolithic engineering. The roof, constructed by skillfully overlapping layers of flat stones, each layer cantilevering slightly inward until the space is sealed at the top, has remained completely waterproof for over 5 millennia, a testament to the builder's flawless technique. The stability of this design is so perfect that it has withstood countless storms, seasons, and the immense weight of the earth above it, preserving the inner sanctum in a state of perfect, silent darkness for 50 centuries. This was not merely a tomb for the physical remains of the dead. It was designed as a permanent, indestructible vessel for something far more profound. That profound purpose is unlocked for just a few precious moments each year, and it is here that Newgrange reveals its most breathtaking secret. Directly above the entrance to the passage is a small, rectangular opening known as the roof box. This is not a flaw or a later addition. It is the pinnacle of the builder's astronomical ambition. For the entire year, the inner chamber remains in absolute darkness. But on the dawn of the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, something magical occurs. As the sun crests the horizon on that specific morning, a narrow, precise beam of sunlight enters through the roof box. This sliver of light slowly begins to penetrate the long passage, growing gradually until it reaches the deepest part of the chamber, dramatically illuminating the central recess and its intricate stone carvings for approximately 17 minutes. This event is not a happy accident or a vague alignment. It is an incredibly precise astronomical mechanism engineered into the very fabric of the structure. The builders had to possess a deep, generational understanding of the solar cycle, calculating the exact angle and trajectory of the sun on the solstice with astonishing accuracy to achieve this effect. They were, in essence, building a calendar in stone, a way to capture the sun itself at the darkest moment of the year and signal the promised return of the light. The symbolism of this solar phenomenon is incredibly powerful. For an agricultural society utterly dependent on the seasons, the winter solstice represented a pivotal moment of fear and hope. The sun was at its weakest, the days were at their shortest, and the threat of perpetual darkness and cold was a very real psychological fear. The dramatic rebirth of the sun, witnessed deep within this sacred mound, would have been a potent religious experience. It powerfully connected the cycle of human life and death with the eternal cycle of the cosmos. The light penetrating the burial chamber symbolized a triumph over darkness, a promise of renewal and regeneration, not just for the sun, but perhaps for the souls of the ancestors interred within. It was a literal and spiritual merging of the celestial and the earthly, a divine reassurance that life would continue, that the sun would be reborn, and that the community would survive another year. This spiritual dimension is further emphasized by the art that covers the stones of Newgrange. The most common motifs are a series of mesmerizing, trance-inducing spirals, concentric circles, and zigzag patterns. These are not random decorations, they are a complex, non-verbal language of symbolism. The triple spiral inside the chamber is one of the most famous examples. Many researchers interpret these spirals as representations of the cyclical nature of existence, the endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth, the turning of the seasons, or even the movement of the sun and stars across the sky. The zigzags could represent energy, water, or the path of the sun. These symbols transform Newgrange from a simple tomb into a three-dimensional map of a cosmological belief system, a permanent stone canvas depicting how these ancient people understood their place in the universe. The construction of such a monument speaks volumes about the society that built it. Erecting Newgrange was a colossal undertaking that required the coordinated labor of a large, organized community for many decades. The materials alone tell a story of immense effort. The large structural stones were likely transported from locations miles away, possibly by raft along the River Boyne. The thousands of tons of earth and smaller stones that make up the mound had to be gathered and piled by hand. The brilliant white quartz that facades the front was sourced from mountains over 50 miles away. This was not the work of a scattered, primitive band of people. It was a massive communal project that required sophisticated planning, skilled engineering, a clear division of labor, and a powerful, shared motivation. That motivation was almost certainly a deep, unifying spiritual belief, a collective desire to honor their ancestors, appease cosmic forces, and create a permanent landmark that would forever anchor their identity to the land and the sky. And in that, they succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. Today, 5,000 years later, the winter solstice sunrise at Newgrange is not a forgotten ancient ritual. It is a living tradition that draws people from all over the world. A modern lottery system is held for the privilege of witnessing the event from inside the chamber, and those few who experience it often describe it as a deeply moving, almost transcendental moment. This continuous thread of human fascination, this unbroken desire to stand in that ancient darkness and welcome the reborn sun, creates a powerful bridge across time. We may not share the exact same beliefs as the Neolithic farmers who built it, but we are undoubtedly connected by the same sense of wonder, the same awe at the precision of the cosmic clock, and the same profound need to find meaning in the great cycles of life, death, and the enduring dance of the heavens. Newgrange whispers that our most ancient ancestors were not so different from us. They were astronomers, artists, and engineers who looked at the same sun and sought to capture its magic in stone, leaving a message of hope that still shines brightly through the darkness, millennia after their own light was extinguished. Perched high atop the Acropolis in Athens, the Parthenon stands not as a ruin, but as a timeless declaration of human potential. It is the ultimate symbol of the classical ideal, a breathtaking fusion of art, mathematics, and civic pride that has defined Western aesthetics for 2.5 millennia. To the untrained eye, it appears as a monument of perfect straight lines and harmonious proportions, but its true genius lies in a series of deliberate and sophisticated imperfections engineered to combat the tricks of human perception. Every single element was meticulously calculated to create an optical illusion of flawless perfection. The massive columns are not straight, they bulge slightly in the middle, a subtle swelling known as intosses that prevents them from appearing to curve inward under the weight of the massive lintels. The platform on which it stands is not flat, it curves gently upward in the center so that from a distance it doesn't seem to sag. Even the columns themselves are not placed perfectly vertical, they lean inward ever so slightly. If you were to extend their lines skyward, they would eventually meet about a mile above the temple. These were not errors, but strokes of architectural brilliance, a profound understanding that true beauty requires compensating for the flaws of the observer's eye, creating a living, breathing building that feels both majestic and perfectly balanced. This obsession with harmony extends to the very mathematical soul of the structure. The Parthenon is a physical manifesto of the golden ratio, approximately 1.618, a proportion found throughout nature that the Greeks believed represented ultimate beauty and balance. The ratio of the length to the width, the height to the width, and the spacing between the columns all conform to this divine proportion. This wasn't just an aesthetic choice, it was a philosophical and almost spiritual one. The architects Ictinus and Callicrates, under the guidance of the great sculptor Phidias, were embedding a cosmic order into the heart of their city. They believed that by mirroring the mathematical harmonies found in the natural world, they were creating a building that was not just beautiful, but inherently right and good, a tangible connection between the rational human mind and the underlying order of the universe itself. This mathematical purity became the foundational language of Western architecture, echoed endlessly in buildings from the Roman Pantheon to the U.S. Capitol. But the Parthenon was far more than a mathematical exercise. It was the beating heart of Athenian identity. Constructed in the 5th century BC under the leadership of Pericles, it was funded by the treasury of the Delian League, a bold statement of Athenian power and wealth in the wake of defeating the Persian Empire. Dedicated to Athena Parthenos, the virgin goddess of wisdom and warfare who was the city's patron, the temple housed a colossal 40-foot tall statue of the goddess crafted from gold and ivory by Phidias. This was a monument to Athenian democracy, paid for by its citizens and celebrating the values that they believed set them apart: reason, order, and civilized power. Its sculptural program, the magnificent pediments and the continuous frieze that ran around the inner chamber, told the story of Athena's birth and the city's mythical past, but in a radical break from tradition. It also depicted the citizens of Athens themselves, ordinary men and women participating in the great Panathenaic procession. This was a powerful, democratic act, placing the people alongside the gods in their own most sacred space, forever weaving the idea of civic participation into the fabric of their spiritual and cultural life. For centuries, we have imagined the Parthenon as we see it today, a sublime structure of pure, white pentelic marble gleaming under the Mediterranean sun. This vision of classical austerity has influenced everything from Renaissance art to neoclassical government buildings. However, cutting-edge research is now radically repainting this picture, literally. Using advanced spectroscopic analysis and digital reconstruction, archaeologists have detected microscopic traces of pigments that have long since faded away. The results are startling. The Parthenon was not white, it was a riot of vibrant color. The sculptural figures wore robes of brilliant azure blue, deep red, and gleaming gold. The backgrounds of the pediments were painted a vivid blue to make the figures stand out, and details like eyelashes and lips were picked out with delicate precision. The entire temple was a polychromatic masterpiece, a dazzling and celebratory spectacle that would have been visually legible from the city below. This revelation fundamentally changes our understanding of classical beauty, replacing the quiet, stoic monument we imagine with a vibrant, almost theatrical expression of life and energy, challenging our modern minimalist preferences and reminding us that the past was often far more colorful than we dare to dream. The enduring whisper of the Parthenon, therefore, is not just about architectural technique. It is about the enduring power of an idea. Its ideals of balance, proportion, and rational order became the bedrock of the Renaissance, which looked to classical Greece as a golden age to be reborn. Those same ideals traveled across the Atlantic to the fledgling United States, where the founders consciously chose Greek revival and neoclassical styles for their government buildings. They were making a deliberate statement. This new democracy was the spiritual heir to Athens, a new experiment in reason and self-governance rooted in ancient principles. The Parthenon's aesthetic, its very form, became synonymous with democratic values, justice, and enlightened thought. Even today, its image conveys stability, authority, and a connection to a tradition of rational civilization. It stands as a permanent challenge to the chaos of the world, a stone embodiment of the belief that through reason, art, and collective civic effort, humanity can create something that approaches the divine, leaving a legacy that whispers across centuries to shape our very conception of what a society can and should be. Deep within the desert canyons of southern Jordan, a city of impossible beauty emerges from the very rock itself, a testament to human ingenuity in the face of one of the most unforgiving environments on Earth. Petra, famously known as the Rose-Red City for the stunning hue of its sandstone cliffs, was far more than a collection of beautiful tombs. It was the brilliant, beating heart of the Nabatean kingdom, a civilization that mastered the art of desert survival and turned itself into an indispensable hub on the ancient world's most lucrative trade routes. The sheer scale of its achievement is breathtaking. Rather than building up from the ground, the Nabateans carved down from the top, using nothing but hand tools and extraordinary patience to hew majestic temples, tombs, and dwellings directly from the living rock. This wasn't just architecture, it was a form of monumental sculpture on a geological scale, a permanent fusion of human ambition and natural wonder that continues to defy belief. The true genius of Petra, however, lies not in what is seen, but in what is hidden. In a region where rainfall is scarce and precious, the Nabateans performed what can only be described as hydrological magic. They transformed their desert city into a lush, habitable oasis through a water management system so advanced it rivals modern engineering. Understanding every nuance of the desert climate, they constructed a complex network of dams, diversion tunnels, and underground cisterns to capture, channel, and conserve every single drop of water that fell during the rare flash floods. They carved channels directly into the cliff sides to guide water from miles away, and they lined their reservoirs with a special, waterproof plaster that prevented seepage into the porous sandstone. This mastery of hydraulics allowed them to support a population of perhaps 30,000 people, to cultivate gardens, and to provide fresh water for countless camels and merchants passing through on the caravan routes. Their system was so effective that it created a surplus, allowing them to sell water to travelers, turning a basic necessity into a source of wealth and power. In an era of increasing water scarcity, the whispers from Petra's ancient aqueducts are more relevant than ever, offering profound lessons in sustainable resource management and resilience. The most iconic site in Petra, and the dramatic culmination of the narrow, winding canyon known as the Sick, is the breathtaking facade of Al-Kosneh, or the Treasury. As you emerge from the shadowy gorge, the canyon walls suddenly part to reveal this two-story, high Hellenistic masterpiece, its intricate Corinthian columns, statues, and urns glowing with a rose-pink luminescence in the desert sun. Despite its name, bestowed by later Bedouin tribes who believed an urn carved at its summit held pharaonic treasure, the structure was almost certainly a royal tomb, perhaps for the great Nabatean king Aratus IV. Its architectural style is a powerful statement in stone, reflecting Petra's pivotal role as a cultural crossroads. The design seamlessly blends Greek and Roman architectural elements like the pediments and columns, with distinctively Eastern artistic motifs and symbols of Nabatean deities. This was not mere imitation. It was a conscious synthesis, a declaration that the Nabateans were sophisticated players on the world stage, absorbing and adapting the influences of the empires around them while maintaining their own unique identity. The treasury stands as a permanent monument to the creative power of cultural exchange, a reminder that the greatest innovations often occur at the intersections of different worlds. For all its grandeur, Petra's glory was not destined to last forever. The city's decline began after its annexation by the Roman Empire in 106 CE. While the Romans continued to use Petra, they gradually shifted the main trade routes northward, favoring routes that could be more easily controlled and patrolled. The city's lifeblood, the taxes and wealth from the incense and spice caravans, slowly dwindled. A catastrophic earthquake in 363 CE destroyed many buildings and crippled the vital water system, dealing a blow from which the city never fully recovered. As the centuries passed, Petra was gradually abandoned to the desert sands and fading memory, its existence fading into legend known only to the local Bedouin tribes. It remained their secret until 1812, when the Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as an Arab scholar, convinced his guides to lead him to the fabled lost city. His accounts of the discovery sent shockwaves through the Western world, launching a new era of archaeological fascination and transforming Petra from a myth into a marvel once more. This cycle of prosperity, decline, obscurity, and rediscovery makes Petra's whisper uniquely poignant. It speaks of the fragility of even the most powerful civilizations and the relentless forces of economic and environmental change. But more than that, it speaks to the enduring human spirit of adaptation. The Nabateans did not try to conquer their desert environment. They learned to listen to it, to understand its rhythms, and to innovate in harmony with its constraints. They proved that sustainability is not a modern invention but an ancient necessity, and that the most awe-inspiring achievements are often born from the challenge of scarcity. Today, as we face our own challenges of climate change and cultural preservation, Petra stands as both a warning and a guide. It warns us of the vulnerability of our heritage, threatened by erosion, tourism, and the very elements the Nabateans so brilliantly mastered. And it guides us, showing that the path forward is not through dominance over nature, but through a profound and respectful collaboration with it, leaving a legacy carved not just in stone, but in the timeless lessons of resilience and ingenuity. Emerging from the dense emerald embrace of the Guatemalan rainforest, the towering limestone pyramids of Tikal rise like petrified mountains, their crests piercing the jungle canopy to scrape the sky itself. This was not just a city, it was a sprawling, pulsating metropolis of the ancient Maya world, a place where the roars of howler monkeys mingled with the chants of priests and the calculated whispers of astronomers. At its heart lies the Great Plaza, a vast, open space flanked by some of the most awe-inspiring architecture ever built in the Americas. Here, Temple I, the Temple of the Great Jaguar, and Temple Roman II, the Temple of the Masks, face each other in silent, majestic opposition, their steep stairways ascending into the heavens. To stand in this plaza is to feel the immense scale of Mayan ambition, a profound statement of power and piety carved from the living jungle. The sheer verticality of the structures was intentional. They were literally bridges to the celestial realm, designed to bring the ruling elite and the priestly class closer to the gods they worshipped and the stars they studied with such fervent dedication. This connection to the cosmos was the very bedrock of Tikal's identity, and its architects were master astronomers who encoded their knowledge directly into the city's layout. The movements of Venus, known to the Maya as a fearsome deity associated with war and rain, were tracked with meticulous precision. temples and sight lines were positioned so that the appearance of Venus as the morning or evening star would align with specific architectural features, signaling times for important rituals, ceremonies, and even military campaigns. The sun and moon were also carefully monitored. During the equinoxes, shadows would fall in specific, dramatic ways across the steps of the major pyramids, turning the entire city into a giant stone calendar. This was a society that lived and breathed by the rhythms of the universe, believing that the fate of their world was inextricably linked to the dance of the planets above. Their ability to predict celestial events gave the ruling class immense power, allowing them to demonstrate their divine connection and legitimize their authority over the population by seemingly controlling the very fabric of time and space. The genius of Tikal's design extended beyond the visual into the realm of the auditory. The Great Plaza is a phenomenal natural acoustic chamber. A person speaking in a normal conversational tone at the base of one temple can be heard with perfect clarity at the base of the temple opposite, a distance of over 200 feet. This was no happy accident. It was a carefully engineered feature. The precise spacing of the structures and the hard, reflective limestone surfaces create a perfect environment for sound amplification. During grand public ceremonies, the chants of priests, the rhythmic beat of drums, and the declamations of rulers would have been projected across the entire plaza, immersing thousands of spectators in a powerful, overwhelming sensory experience. This acoustic magic would have transformed political and religious rituals into awe-inspiring events, reinforcing social cohesion and amplifying the spiritual authority of the elite, making their words literally resonate with the power of the gods. For centuries, Tikal thrived as a dominant superpower, a nexus of trade, politics, and intellectual achievement within the Mayan world. Its influence stretched across the region, and its rulers commissioned grand monuments and expansive construction projects that pushed the city to its zenith. Yet, like all great civilizations, Tikal's story is also one of decline. Around the 9th century of the Common Era, the city experienced a dramatic and relatively rapid collapse. The erection of grand stone monuments, those stelae that recorded the deeds of kings and the passage of time, suddenly ceased. The elite districts were abandoned and the population plummeted. The jungle, which had been held at bay for so long, began its slow, inexorable reconquest, swallowing the great plazas and temples in a blanket of green. The question of what happened has fueled decades of research, and the answer appears to be a complex and devastating cocktail of factors. While invasion and internal social unrest likely played a role, a growing body of evidence points to a more insidious and universal threat: severe, prolonged drought. Paleoclimatologists studying sediment cores from nearby lakes have found compelling evidence that the region suffered a series of catastrophic droughts during the very period of Tikal's collapse. These were not mere dry spells, but multi-decade megadroughts that would have shattered the foundation of Tikal's society. The city, for all its grandeur, was utterly dependent on rainwater. Their sophisticated system of reservoirs and canals, which collected and stored rainfall during the seasonal wet period, was a masterpiece of engineering, but it was designed for a stable climate. Faced with years of relentless drought, these reservoirs would have dwindled to muddy pits. Crops would have failed, famine would have spread, and the precious drinking water would have become a source of conflict and desperation. The very gods who were believed to control the rain would have seemed to have abandoned them, fatally undermining the authority of the ruling class who claimed to commune with them. This makes Tikal's legacy profoundly dualistic. It is a symbol of both breathtaking achievement and sobering vulnerability. The Maya of Tikal demonstrated an incredible awareness of their environment, engineering their city to work in harmony with the natural world. Their reservoir system is a testament to this, showing a deep understanding of water management and storage that allowed them to flourish in a challenging environment for centuries. Yet their story is a stark warning about the limits of adaptation. When the climate shifted beyond a critical threshold, even their most advanced systems were overwhelmed. The jungle, which had provided them with resources, ultimately became a tomb as the city was reclaimed by the nature it had sought to tame. In this way, the silent stones of Tikal whisper a cautionary tale that echoes with urgent relevance in our modern world. We face our own challenges of climate change, resource management, and sustainable growth. Tikal compels us to ask ourselves difficult questions about the long-term resilience of our own urban centers and the balance we strike with our environment. It shows us that no civilization, no matter how intellectually advanced or architecturally magnificent, is immune to the forces of nature. Its ruins stand as a permanent monument to the complex, cyclical nature of human civilization, reminding us that true greatness is measured not only by the heights we can build to, but by the depth of our foresight and our ability to create a society that can endure the inevitable changes yet to come. While the Maya built their pyramids to touch the sky from within the jungle, and the Egyptians raised theirs from the desert sands, the ancient Sumerians of Mesopotamia were constructing a different kind of sacred mountain entirely, one that would become the architectural and spiritual blueprint for an entire civilization. In the heart of what is now southern Iraq, the Great Ziggurat of Ur rises from the flat, fertile plains between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, a massive stepped pyramid of baked mud brick that once served as the literal and figurative center of the Sumerian universe. This was not a tomb for a dead pharaoh, but a living, breathing bridge between the world of humans and the realm of the gods, a concept so powerful it would echo through millennia of religious architecture. The ziggurat was dedicated to Nana, the wise and powerful moon god who was the patron deity of the city of Ur. In the Sumerian worldview, the gods were not distant, abstract beings. They were thought to literally reside in the heavens, and the ziggurat was their designated earthly address. Its three massive tiers, originally painted a brilliant white and topped with a gleaming blue temple, were designed to create a processional pathway for the priests. The common people would have gathered in the vast plaza at its base, but only the highest priests were permitted to ascend the grand staircases to the summit, where they would perform rituals and offer sacrifices to ensure the gods' continued favor. This was a place where the divine descended to meet humanity, and where humanity reached up to commune with the divine, solidifying a relationship that was the foundation of all Sumerian society, politics, and daily life. The construction of this sacred mountain was a logistical marvel that speaks volumes about the emerging power of the state. Built around 2100 BC by King Ur-Nammu, the ziggurat required an almost unimaginable investment of labor and resources. Its core is made of sun-dried mud bricks, but its exterior is sheathed in an estimated 7.5 million fired bricks, each one meticulously crafted and set with bitumen mortar. The organization needed to quarry the materials, manufacture the bricks on an industrial scale, transport them, and coordinate thousands of workers was a feat of administration as much as engineering. This was only possible in a highly stratified, centralized society with a powerful ruler who could command such resources. The ziggurat, therefore, was not just a symbol of religious devotion. It was a towering declaration of the king's authority and his unique role as the intermediary between the people and their god, a physical manifestation of a new social order where hierarchy was divinely sanctioned. This connection between earthly power and celestial order was further reinforced by the ziggurat's precise astronomical alignment. The structure's corners are oriented to the cardinal points with remarkable accuracy, and its main staircase faces the northeast, aligning with the rising of the moon on certain significant nights. Nana, as the moon god, governed the rhythms of time, the monthly lunar cycle, and the tides which were critical for agriculture and the scheduling of religious festivals. By aligning his great temple with the movements of the moon, the king was demonstrating his control over the very calendar of life, further intertwining his political authority with the perceived will of the cosmos. This practice of embedding celestial patterns into architecture, which we see from Stonehenge to the pyramids, finds one of its earliest and most influential expressions here in the mud brick towers of Mesopotamia. The influence of this design radiated far beyond the borders of Sumer. The concept of the stepped pyramid, or ziggurat, became the defining architectural form of Mesopotamia for over 1,000 years, with similar structures appearing in cities like Uruk and Babylon. This architectural language of power and piety would eventually travel, influencing the design of pyramids in Egypt and the ceremonial platforms of cultures across the ancient world. The ziggurat's form, a broad base narrowing to a lofty peak, became a universal metaphor for a hierarchical society, with the masses at the bottom supporting a tiny, privileged elite at the top, all under the watchful eye of the gods. It is a social structure that, for better or worse, has persisted in various forms throughout human history. The true whisper of Ur, however, comes not only from its grand scale, but from the intimate details uncovered by archaeologists like Sir Leonard Woolley in the 1920s. Excavations around the ziggurat's base revealed more than just foundations. They uncovered the vibrant, complex engine of the city itself. They found workshops, homes, and most importantly, vast archives of cuneiform tablets. These were not just religious texts, but meticulous records of everything from tax receipts and rations for workers to legal contracts and diplomatic correspondence. These clay tablets reveal a society that was inventing the very concept of bureaucracy, using the written word to administer a complex economy and organize a large population. We learn of merchants trading with distant lands, of judges settling disputes, and of officials managing the immense resources required to maintain the temple complex. This fusion of the sacred and the administrative is the ziggurat's most enduring legacy. It was the nucleus around which the first truly urban, state-level society crystallized. Here, in the shadow of the great temple, organized religion and state power were born as twin forces, inextricably linked. The temple controlled vast estates, employed thousands, and acted as the central bank and economic redistributive center of the city. The authority of the priests and the king was one and the same, justified by their special relationship with the divine. This model of theocratic governance, where political rule is legitimized by religious sanction, is a theme that has sparked debate and conflict for thousands of years, from the divine right of kings to modern struggles between religious and secular authority. The Ziggurat of Ur stands as the primordial stone from which these endless ripples emanate, a silent witness to the moment humanity first built not just a city, but a system of belief and power so compelling that its echo still shapes our world today. Stretching across the coastal landscape of Brittany in northwestern France, the Carnac Alignments present a spectacle that is both bewildering and hypnotic. Imagine not just a few standing stones, but thousands of them arranged in long, parallel rows that march with relentless purpose across the fields and heathland. There are over 3,000 of these megaliths, organized into three primary groups: Manek, Kermario, and Kerleskon, creating a vast, open-air complex that feels less like a random collection and more like a deliberate, grand design etched into the very earth itself. Unlike the enclosed circles of Stonehenge or the towering pyramids of Giza, the power of Carnac lies in its sheer scale and linearity. To walk among these rows is to feel a sense of intentional order on a monumental scale, a prehistoric project of such ambition that it rivals the great cathedrals of later ages, yet its true purpose remains one of Europe's most captivating enigmas. The most immediate and compelling question is what drove a Neolithic society around 4500 BCE to undertake such a colossal endeavor. The prevailing theories orbit around two central ideas, the celestial and the ceremonial. Many researchers believe the alignments functioned as a sophisticated astronomical observatory. The primary axes of the stone rows are carefully oriented to the rising and setting sun at the solstices, and some smaller stone settings appear to align with the moon's extreme positions. This suggests the complex could have been a giant calendar used to mark the changing seasons, predict celestial events, and regulate the agricultural and ritual cycles of the community. The stones themselves, in this view, become permanent sighting lines, freezing the movement of the heavens in stone for all time. Alternatively, the site may have served a primarily spiritual function as a sacred processional pathway. The converging rows, often ending in a stone circle or a cairn at their western terminus, could have guided participants through a ritual landscape, perhaps moving from a realm of the profane to the sacred. This journey might have been part of initiation rites, funeral processionaries, or ceremonies designed to honor ancestors and deities. The physical act of moving through this forest of stones, with the monoliths growing larger and more dense, would have created a powerful, immersive experience, heightening the psychological impact of the rituals performed there. The distinction between the astronomical and ceremonial might be a false one. For its builders, tracking the cosmos was likely a deeply spiritual act, and walking the sacred paths was a way of physically engaging with the order of the universe. Beyond these more traditional explanations, more speculative and fascinating theories have emerged. Some researchers have proposed that the unique arrangement and composition of the stones could have allowed them to function as a primitive seismic detector. The theory suggests that the precariously placed stones, sensitive to minute vibrations, might have resonated at specific frequencies during minor earth tremors, providing an early warning system for earthquakes. Another intriguing idea posits that the alignments acted as a form of territorial marker or a symbolic representation of a social structure, with different rows perhaps representing different clans or families within a larger cooperative society. This transforms the site from a purely ritual or scientific space into a political and social document written in granite. The local folklore surrounding the stones offers a beautifully mythological explanation that has been passed down through generations. One enduring legend claims that the stones are a Roman legion turned to stone by the wizard Merlin, thus explaining their orderly, military Chinese letter. Another tale speaks of a giant named Saint Cornelius who was pursued by an army and, finding himself trapped on the coast, turned his pursuers into stone with a single command. These stories, while fantastical, are themselves a form of archaeology. They represent the human need to explain the inexplicable, to weave a narrative around a mystery that defies simple understanding. They show that for thousands of years, people have looked upon these stones and felt the same awe and curiosity that we feel today, attempting to rationalize the monumental effort of their ancestors through the language of myth and magic. Modern archaeology is now using cutting-edge technology to move beyond legend and theory, peeling back the layers of time without ever lifting a spade. Light detection and ranging technology, or LiDAR, has been revolutionary. By firing laser pulses from an aircraft and measuring their return, researchers can create incredibly detailed three-dimensional maps of the ground surface, even through dense vegetation. This has revealed that the known alignments are merely the core of a much larger complex. LIDAR has uncovered countless additional stones that had been buried by soil or hidden by forests, showing the site was even more extensive than previously imagined. It has also revealed ancient burial mounds, enclosures, and other structures that are visually connected to the alignments, proving that Carnac was not an isolated phenomenon, but the vibrant heart of a vast, integrated ritual landscape, a Neolithic ceremonial center of unparalleled scope. This incredible effort required to create Carnac speaks volumes about the society behind it. Quarrying, transporting, and erecting thousands of multi-ton stones required a highly coordinated and organized community with a shared purpose and a sophisticated social structure. This was not the work of a scattered, nomadic band, but of a settled, complex society capable of planning over generations and mobilizing a significant labor force. The investment of time and resources implies a powerful, unifying belief system, a common cosmology or religious ideal so strong that it could inspire such a sustained, monumental undertaking. The stones are a permanent testament to the human capacity for cooperation and shared endeavor in the service of something greater than the individual. Ultimately, the silent, enduring rows of Carnac whisper to us about a fundamental human impulse, the deep-seated need to create order from chaos. Faced with a vast, unpredictable natural world, these Neolithic people sought to impose a pattern, to mark the land with lines of meaning that connected the earthly with the celestial. They were mapping their understanding of the cosmos, time, and society onto the landscape itself. This drive to find and create patterns is a thread that connects their world to ours. We see it in our own scientific quest to map the human genome, to chart the cosmic microwave background radiation, or to find structure in the seemingly random flow of data. The Carnac stones stand as a primordial example of this timeless endeavor, a breathtaking effort to make sense of the universe by arranging its building blocks into a form that the human mind could comprehend, leaving a message in granite about our eternal desire to find meaning in the world around us. Buried in the shadows of Mount Lai in China's Shaanxi province, a silent, subterranean army stands in eternal vigilance, waiting for a command that never came. Discovered in 1974 by farmers digging a well, the Terracotta Army is one of the most astonishing archaeological finds of all time, not merely for its scale, but for the profound window it offers into the mind of one of history's most formidable rulers, Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China. This was not a monument built for the public to admire. It was a secret funerary project on an epic scale, designed to serve and protect the emperor in the afterlife exactly as his real army had in life. The scale is almost incomprehensible. Thousands of life-sized, fully armed soldiers, each one an individual masterpiece of clay, arranged in precise military formation within vast underground pits, creating a spectral force frozen in time for over 2,200 years. The true wonder of the army lies in the breathtaking individuality of every single figure. This was not an exercise in simple mass production using a handful of molds. While the bodies were constructed from a limited number of standardized torso types, the heads, faces, and hands were all individually crafted by different workshops of artisans. The result is a staggering panorama of humanity. No two soldiers are exactly alike. You can see youthful recruits with determined expressions, grizzled veterans with weathered faces and deep-set eyes, officers with an air of calm authority, and archers captured in poses of dynamic tension. Their hairstyles are meticulously detailed, tied into unique top knots according to their rank and unit. Their expressions range from serene confidence to grim resolve, each face telling a silent story. This incredible diversity suggests the sculptors were working from live models, perhaps even members of the emperor's actual army, immortalizing a true cross-section of the force that had conquered China's warring states and forged an empire. This attention to realism extends to every facet of their equipment, revealing a military machine of terrifying organization and sophistication. The infantry, cavalry, charioteers, and archers are all positioned according to precise ancient battle tactics. The armor of the officers is rendered in intricate detail, with tiny stone flakes and leather ties painstakingly sculpted into the clay. The generals wear distinctive double-layer tunics and elaborate headgear that instantly denote their supreme rank. But the realism goes far beyond mere appearance. The soldiers were originally equipped with real, functional weapons, thousands of bronze swords, daggers, spears, crossbows, and arrowheads. The metallurgical skill on display is itself a marvel. Many of the bronze swords, even after 2 millennia buried in damp soil, were found to be remarkably sharp and corrosion-free. Chemical analysis revealed they were treated with a sophisticated chromium oxide coating, an anti-rust technology that was not thought to have been invented until the 20th century. This was a fighting force in every sense, armed with technology that would not be matched for centuries. Yet, for all we have learned from the excavated pits, the most tantalizing secret remains hidden and untouched. The written accounts of the grand historian Sima Qian, written a century after the emperor's death, describe the main tomb of Qin Shi Huang as a microcosmic universe. He writes of palaces filled with rare jewels, replicas of the empire's rivers and lakes, and a ceiling inlaid with pearls to represent the stars and constellations. Most fantastically, he describes rivers and seas of shimmering, flowing mercury, mechanically circulated to mimic the eternal flow of water. Modern scientific surveys have provided startling evidence that these ancient tales may be more than mere legend. Core samples taken from the enormous, still unexcavated burial mound have revealed significantly elevated concentrations of mercury far higher than the surrounding soil. This lends credence to the idea that the legendary rivers of quicksilver are indeed waiting in the darkness, a toxic monument to the emperor's obsession with the elixir of life, which ironically contained mercury and may have contributed to his death. It is this potent combination of toxicity and reverence that has kept the central tomb sealed. The technological challenges of excavating such a vast structure without causing catastrophic collapse or irrevocable damage to any organic materials inside are immense. But beyond the engineering hurdles lie deep ethical concerns. Chinese archaeologists, having learned from the rapid fading of the painted colors on the terracotta warriors upon their exposure to air, are committed to a principle of passive excavation. They will not open the tomb until they possess technology that can guarantee 100% preservation of everything inside. There is also a profound cultural respect for the sanctity of the emperor's final resting place, a reluctance to disturb what was intended to be an eternal sanctuary. This restraint makes the site a unique conversation between past and future. The secrets are preserved not by loss but by choice, waiting for a future generation with the wisdom and technology to uncover them without destruction. Ultimately, the whisper of the Terracotta Army is a complex one, speaking to humanity's deepest fears and most ambitious vanities. On one level, it is the ultimate expression of a quest for immortality. Qin Shi Huang, who spent his life desperately searching for an elixir to grant him eternal life, built this army as a plan B, a way to continue his rule and military dominance in the next world since permanence in this one had eluded him. It is a colossal act of control, an attempt to dictate the terms of existence even after death. On another level, it is a masterclass in the use of art as a tool of propaganda and power projection. The army was a statement intended for the gods and the emperor's deified ancestors, but also for a NY Chinese letter challengers or future generations who might discover it. It screamed of his absolute authority, his limitless resources, and his divine right to rule. This practice of using monumental art to legitimize authority and shape perception is a thread that runs unbroken through history, from the colossal statues of pharaohs and Roman emperors to the grandiose portraits of absolute monarchs and the carefully curated imagery of modern political leaders. The Terracotta Army is perhaps its most literal and enduring example, a permanent garrison not just for an emperor, but for the very idea that power can be carved in stone and clay to echo through the ages. Descending into the Hypogeum of Hal Saflini is not like entering a building. It is a journey into the womb of the earth itself. This labyrinthine sanctuary, hidden beneath the streets of Paula, Malta, is a breathtaking underground complex carved entirely by hand from solid Globigerina limestone over 5,000 years ago. It is a world without a single ray of natural light, a sacred space hewn with astonishing precision over multiple levels that descend deep into the bedrock. Unlike the towering pyramids or stone circles that reach for the sky, the Hypogeum represents a different spiritual impulse entirely, a turning inward, a descent into the depths of both the earth and the human psyche. Its very existence is a testament to a sophisticated society that invested immense communal effort not in a monument to the sun, but in a secret, subterranean temple for rituals we can only begin to imagine. The architectural genius on display is staggering. The builders carved out a perfect replication of the above-ground megalithic temples found elsewhere on Malta, like the nearby Tarxian complex, but in reverse. They didn't stack stones, they subtracted them, creating features like trilithon doorways, corbelled ceilings, and painted ceilings that mimic the architecture of the surface world. This creates an uncanny mirror world effect, as if they were constructing a domain for the dead that perfectly mirrored the world of the living. The complex is organized over 3 distinct levels, with the deepest and most sacred chambers sinking over 30 feet below the surface. The uppermost level resembles older rock-cut tombs, but as you descend, the spaces become more architecturally refined and spiritually charged. The most famous of these is the Holy of Holies, a central chamber carved to look like the facade of an above-ground temple, complete with false doors and a corbelled roof. This was not a haphazard excavation. It was a meticulously planned sacred geography, guiding initiates on a symbolic journey from the world of the living, through a liminal space, and finally into the deepest realm of the ancestors and the spirit world. Yet, the most profound and enigmatic feature of the Hypogeum is not something you see, but something you hear, or rather, something you feel. The underground chambers possess a remarkable and seemingly intentional acoustic property. Specific frequencies of sound, particularly male voices chanting in the range of 110 to 111 Hz, are amplified and distorted in extraordinary ways within the oval-shaped rooms. This frequency creates a powerful resonance effect, a vibrating hum that seems to emanate from the very bones of the structure itself. It is an experience that transcends hearing. The sound vibrates through your body, creating a visceral, almost physical sensation that can be deeply unsettling, trance-inducing, or profoundly peaceful, depending on the listener's state of mind. The resonance is so precise and powerful that it suggests the architects possessed an advanced, albeit intuitive, understanding of sound wave behavior and engineered the chamber's dimensions and curvature to achieve this specific effect. This was almost certainly not an acoustic accident. The pervasive presence of small, carved niches and oracular holes in the walls of the Hypogeum provides a compelling clue to how this sound was used. Researchers like archaeoacoustics expert Dr. Linda Enakes proposed that during rituals, a priest or shaman would chant or drum at this resonant frequency from within a small side chamber. Their voice, amplified and distorted by the stone, would then seem to emanate from a carved oracle hole, making it appear as if the very walls themselves were speaking, or that the voice of an ancestor or deity was issuing forth from the underworld. This sonic illusion would have been an incredibly powerful tool for the religious elite, allowing them to channel divine messages and heighten the spiritual experience for those gathered in the main chambers, who would be simultaneously bathed in the physically overwhelming resonance. The psychological and physiological impact of this resonant sound is an area of intense modern scientific interest. Studies in neuroscience have shown that exposure to sound frequencies around 110 Hz can have a measurable effect on human brain activity. It has been linked to a shift in brainwave patterns, specifically a suppression of activity in the language centers of the left prefrontal cortex and a corresponding increase in activity in the right hemisphere, which is associated with spatial perception, intuition, and emotional processing. In simpler terms, this specific frequency can promote an altered state of consciousness, a dreamlike, hyper-suggestible trance state that breaks down normal cognitive patterns and can facilitate feelings of euphoria, heightened focus, or a sense of connectedness. For the ancient ritual participants, this would have dramatically lowered the barriers to spiritual experience, making them far more receptive to the rituals, visions, and messages being presented. This ancient application of sound therapy finds a powerful echo in cutting-edge modern science. The field of psychoacoustics is now exploring how specific sound frequencies can be used to treat conditions like anxiety, PTSD, and depression. Technologies like binaural beats and resonant sound baths are being used to intentionally alter brainwave states, reduce stress, and promote deep meditation and healing. The Hypogeum stands as a prehistoric precursor to this very idea, a 5,000-year-old laboratory for sonic healing and psychological exploration. It suggests that these Neolithic people had, through careful observation and intuition, discovered the profound mind-body connection that sound can facilitate, and they built an entire temple to harness its power. The artifacts found within the Hypogeum add further layers to its spiritual significance. The discovery of the famous Sleeping Lady figurine, a delicately carved clay figure of a woman reclining on a couch in a deep, tranquil sleep, suggests rituals connected to dreams, death, or an eternal slumber. The remains of over 7,000 individuals were also found, indicating the site's primary function as a collective burial ground. But this was not merely a tomb, it was a place of transformation. The journey into the dark, resonant underworld, the exposure to the voice of the spirit, and the final interment of bones among the ancestors all point to a sophisticated belief system centered on cycles of death, rebirth, and communication with the other side. The Hypogeum whispers that our ancestors understood the power of the non-visual senses long before we did. They knew that to truly alter human perception and access deeper states of being, sometimes the most powerful tool is not a hallucinogenic plant or a complex prayer, but simply a note held in a sacred space, allowing the very vibration of the earth to do the work of transformation. While we have marveled at structures that have survived the ages, there is a unique and tantalizing power in a wonder that has been almost entirely lost to time, a building so magnificent that its absence has become its own kind of legend. This is the story of the Egyptian Labyrinth, a monument that the great Greek historian Herodotus claimed dwarfed even the pyramids in its awe-inspiring complexity. After his visit to the site in the 5th century BC, he wrote with stunned admiration that it surpassed all human works, describing a vast complex near Lake Moeris, close to Hawara, that contained 3,000 rooms, 1,500 above ground, and an equal number of subterranean chambers, all connected by a bewildering maze of courtyards, colonnades, and passages. For Herodotus and for other classical writers like Strabo and Pliny the Elder who followed, this was not merely a building, it was the pinnacle of human architectural ambition, a place so vast and intricate that to walk its halls was to risk losing yourself forever, both physically and in wonder. The purpose of this colossal structure has been debated for millennia, and its very mystery is a large part of its enduring whisper. One compelling theory suggests it was a grand administrative center, the beating bureaucratic heart of the Fayum region. In this view, the labyrinth's countless rooms would have housed countless scribes, priests, and officials managing the complex economy, agricultural output, and vast religious holdings of the area. The maze-like design would then be a powerful metaphor for the impenetrable and complex nature of the state bureaucracy itself, a physical manifestation of the intricate web of power and administration that governed daily life in ancient Egypt. Alternatively, it may have served as a central temple complex, a place of pilgrimage designed to house every single gnome god and local deity of Egypt under one colossal roof. This would have been an act of immense political and religious significance, a way to unify the entire country's spiritual landscape into a single, awe-inspiring structure that reinforced the pharaoh's role as the intermediary between all the gods and the people. The most tantalizing theory, hinted at by the classical authors, is that the labyrinth was actually the mortuary temple for the countless sacred crocodiles of the god Sobek, a vast necropolis where these revered creatures were mummified and interred, with the underground chambers serving as their final resting place. This multifaceted potential purpose, part government building, part national temple, part tomb, makes the labyrinth a powerful symbol of the seamless integration of religion, state power, and daily life in the ancient world. For centuries, the labyrinth was considered little more than a fantastical exaggeration by credulous ancient tourists, a myth born from the tall tales of guides and the overactive imaginations of historians. The site at Hawara was known to archaeologists, but it appeared to be little more than a vast, barren foundation platform of limestone chips, the sad remains of a structure that had been quarried for its high-quality stone for generations. It seemed the labyrinth was truly lost, a cautionary tale about the fragility of even the greatest human achievements and the ease with which historical memory can be erased by time and the practical needs of later civilizations. The idea that a building said to surpass the pyramids could simply vanish without a trace became a poignant whisper about the impermanence of our greatest works. However, the story took a dramatic turn in the first decade of the 21st century. A team from the Belgian Archaeological Mission, working in conjunction with Egyptian authorities, brought modern technology to bear on this ancient mystery. Using ground-penetrating radar and magnetometry, they scanned the vast area around the Hawara Pyramid of Amenemhat III. The results were electrifying. The scans revealed the clear and unmistakable outline of a massive subterranean structure lying beneath the sands, a grid-like network of walls that corresponded perfectly to the descriptions of the legendary labyrinth's underground chambers. Suddenly, the tales of Herodotus were transformed from myth into a potentially verifiable historical claim. The thrill of this discovery is a powerful reminder that our past is not yet fully known, that beneath the familiar sands of Egypt, and indeed across the world, secrets of immense magnitude still lie hidden, waiting for the right combination of curiosity and technology to bring them back into the light. It encourages every modern explorer, whether a professional archaeologist with a radar array or an armchair historian following the news, to keep seeking, to keep questioning, and to never assume that the final chapter of history has been written. The cultural impact of the labyrinth myth itself is a testament to its power. The word itself has entered our global vocabulary, representing any complex and confusing network of pathways, from the convoluted corridors of a government building to the intricate wiring of a computer chip. The story of the Minotaur at the heart of the Cretan labyrinth, a tale of a heroic journey into the unknown to confront a monstrous secret, is a universal archetype that resonates across cultures. It speaks to our own personal journeys through the confusing and often frightening mazes of life, our struggles with the inner monsters we must face, and the transformative power of finding our way through darkness to emerge into the light. The Egyptian labyrinth, as the likely inspiration for this powerful story, whispers to us about the nature of challenge and transformation. It suggests that the greatest trials are not meant to break us, but to force us to find our inner strength, to unravel the thread of our own courage and ingenuity, to navigate the complexities of our own existence, and ultimately discover the heroes within ourselves. Rising from the eastern coast of India in the state of Odisha, the Sun Temple of Konark is a monument that seems to capture the very essence of a celestial body in motion, frozen in stone for all eternity. It is not merely a building dedicated to the sun god Surya. It is a colossal, symbolic representation of his divine chariot, a concept rendered with such breathtaking scale and detail that it stands as one of the most imaginative architectural visions ever conceived. The entire temple complex is designed as a massive, ornamented stone chariot, 24 feet in diameter and elaborately carved, all being pulled by 7 mighty stone horses, their expressions charged with dynamic energy, seemingly straining to pull the weight of the sun itself across the heavens. This was architecture as epic poetry, a narrative in sandstone that spoke of cosmic cycles and divine power to all who approached it. The temple's design is a profound synthesis of sacred geometry and precise astronomical observation. The main sanctum, which once housed the deity, was constructed to allow the first rays of the rising sun to illuminate the central idol through its main entrance, a direct and powerful connection between the god and his manifestation. The entire structure is also a giant timekeeping device. The 12 pairs of exquisitely carved wheels that flank the base of the chariot are not merely decorative, they function as accurate sundials. The spokes of these wheels cast intricate shadows that can be used to tell the time of day with remarkable precision, while the 8 major spokes are said to represent the 8 praharas, or 3-hour periods of the ancient Indian day. This fusion of art and utility transforms the temple into a dynamic participant in the daily cycle it celebrates, a machine that tracks the passage of the very entity it venerates. Perhaps the most discussed and misunderstood aspects of Konark are the numerous erotic sculptures known as Methunas that adorn its walls. To the modern eye, these might seem out of place on a religious structure, but their purpose was deeply symbolic and spiritual. In the tantric traditions that influenced the temple's design, these images are not about mere sensuality. They represent the sacred union of the masculine and feminine principles of the universe, the cosmic interplay between Purusha, consciousness, and Prakriti, nature, that generates all life and energy. They symbolize the unabashed celebration of life force, fertility, and the ultimate bliss of spiritual liberation, or moksha. This imagery was intended to depict the entirety of human experience and the universe's creative energy, placing the divine not in a realm of austere separation, but in the very midst of a vibrant, life-affirming existence. Adding another layer of mystery to this already enigmatic site are the persistent legends of its strange magnetic properties. For centuries, local lore and accounts from early European visitors claimed that the temple's main tower, now collapsed, contained a massive lodestone at its peak. This powerful magnet was said to be the reason the entire sanctum idol was suspended in mid-air, levitating through magnetic repulsion, and that its force was so strong it would throw compasses of passing ships off course, creating a hazardous navigational anomaly along the coast. While the historical accuracy of a levitating idol is debated and the central tower is long gone, the stories speak to a tantalizing possibility that the builders of Konark may have been experimenting with advanced mineralogical knowledge and magnetic principles, integrating them into their spiritual architecture in ways we are only beginning to understand. This whisper of lost physics suggests a holistic view of science and spirit that we have largely forgotten. The temple's eventual fate is a story of decline and rediscovery that mirrors the cycles of time it was built to represent. Sometime in the late 15th or 16th century, the main sanctum and its towering shikara or spire collapsed. The causes are still debated. Some point to structural instability due to the sandy foundation, others to the weakening of the structure after the alleged removal of the central lodestone by invading forces, and some to deliberate damage during periods of iconoclasm. For centuries, the Great Chariot was left to the elements, slowly sinking into the sands, with only the jagged ruins of the audience hall and the immense chariot wheels remaining visible, like the skeleton of a great beast half buried on the shore. It was largely forgotten by the outside world until the early 19th century, when British archaeologists began the painstaking process of clearing the sand and revealing the temple's forgotten splendors to a new age. This very act of rediscovery brings us to the temple's most urgent contemporary whisper, the critical challenge of preservation. The same soft, porous condylite stone that allowed artists to carve such exquisite detail is also highly susceptible to erosion. Salt-laden winds from the Bay of Bengal constantly batter the sculptures, while heavy monsoon rains seep into the masonry, causing cracking and flaking. Furthermore, the immense weight of the stone structures continues to stress the foundations. Conservation efforts are a constant, delicate battle against nature itself, employing everything from chemical treatments and careful masonry repairs to the construction of protective walls. The plight of Konark is a powerful microcosm of a global struggle, reminding us that these ancient treasures are not indestructible. They are vulnerable to both the slow, inexorable forces of nature and the faster-paced threats of pollution and human neglect, demanding our constant vigilance and care to ensure that this stone symphony to the sun does not fade back into silence. High on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, where the air feels thin and the views stretch towards the Gulf of Corinth, the ancient sanctuary of Delphi feels less like a ruin and more like a powerful, lingering presence. This was not a city in the traditional sense, but a sprawling complex of temples, treasuries, and theaters built around a single, extraordinary purpose: to serve as the portal to the divine, the place where mortals could directly ask the gods for guidance. For over 1,000 years, from the mightiest king to the humblest farmer, anyone facing a momentous decision, to wage war, to found a colony, to marry, or to invest, would make the arduous pilgrimage here to the very center of the ancient Greek world, seeking the wisdom of the oracle. The entire site was believed to be the omphalos, the navel of the world, a claim physically marked by a sacred, egg-shaped stone that stood as the cosmic axis around which all human affairs revolved. At the heart of this spiritual vortex was the Temple of Apollo, and within it, the most powerful woman in the ancient world, the Pythia. She was not a fantastical sorceress, but a local, respected woman of good character, often chosen from the nearby village to serve as the vessel for the god Apollo's voice. Her prophecies were not given freely or clearly. The process was a highly ritualized and psychologically charged event. After purifying herself with water from the sacred Castalian spring, the Pythia would descend into the temple's inner chamber, the Aditon. There she would seat herself on a tall, three-legged tripod cauldron positioned over a deep fissure in the rock. As she inhaled strange, sweet-smelling vapors rising from this chasm, she would enter a profound trance state, her body trembling, her voice becoming guttural and distorted. In this altered consciousness, she would utter cryptic, often rambling phrases which were then interpreted, structured into hexameter verse, and delivered to the anxious supplicant by the temple's male priests. The prophecies were famously ambiguous. When King Croesus of Lydia asked if he should wage war on the Persian Empire, the oracle replied that if he did, he would destroy a great empire. He took this as a favorable sign and attacked, only to discover too late that the empire destroyed was his own. This deliberate ambiguity was not a flaw. It was the system's genius, placing the ultimate responsibility for interpreting and acting upon the divine message back onto the human seeker, a timeless lesson that we often hear exactly what we want to hear. For centuries, the account of the Pythia's trance was dismissed by scholars as mere superstition or theatrical trickery. However, modern geological investigations have uncovered a startling scientific basis for these ancient claims. In the 1990s, a team of researchers cross-referenced the temple's location with known geological faults. They discovered that the sanctuary sits directly atop not one, but two intersecting fault lines, which would have provided a perfect pathway for subterranean gases to seep to the surface. Furthermore, analysis of the local spring water and rock formations revealed the presence of bituminous limestone, which can release light hydrocarbon gases like ethylene when heated by the Earth's geothermal energy. Ethylene is a sweet-smelling gas that was once used as a surgical anesthetic. In low doses, it is known to induce a trance-like state, a detached euphoria, and even violent physical convulsions, symptoms that perfectly match the ancient descriptions of the Pythia's condition. This remarkable discovery transforms the story from myth into a fascinating interplay of geology and neurochemistry. The priests of Apollo, through careful, long-term observation, had stumbled upon a natural geological phenomenon that produced a psychoactive effect. They may not have understood the chemistry, but they expertly ritualized its use, creating a powerful, repeatable method for altering human consciousness in the service of what they believed was divine communication. The influence that flowed from this small mountain temple rippled out to shape the entire course of Western history. City-states like Athens and Sparta would not embark on major colonial expeditions or sign crucial treaties without first consulting the oracle. Its political neutrality was its strength. It was a pan-Hellenic institution respected by all, a rare source of consensus in a fractious world, but its power went far beyond affairs of state. For the individual, a journey to Delphi was a profound personal investment, often involving great expense and danger. The answers received, however ambiguous, provided a framework for decision-making in a world full of uncertainty. The oracle offered a way to externalize doubt, to project one's deepest anxieties and hopes onto a divine authority, and to receive back a narrative, however open to interpretation, that could justify action or console in failure. It tapped into a fundamental human need for guidance that transcends culture and era, a deep-seated desire to feel that our path is somehow sanctioned by forces greater than ourselves. This ancient search for certainty finds powerful echoes in our supposedly rational modern world. We may have replaced the Pythia's tripod with supercomputers and her vapors with complex algorithms, but the underlying impulse is remarkably similar. Today, we turn to economic forecasts, political polling, climate models, and even algorithmic stock market predictions to guide our collective and personal decisions. We seek data-driven oracles to cut through the chaos of a complex world, hoping for a glimpse of the future to mitigate our risk and anxiety. These modern forecasting methods are our way of reading the entrails of big data, a practice just as ritualized and at times just as ambiguous as the ancient ones. The whispered question remains the same: what should I do? The mechanisms have simply evolved from inhaling sacred gases to passing probability percentages. The oracle at Delphi, therefore, stands as a timeless monument not to superstition, but to the enduring human condition. It reminds us that our quest for certainty, our need to feel connected to a larger plan, and our vulnerability in the face of an unknown future are constants that have always driven us to seek answers, whether from a trembling priestess on a tripod or a flickering screen full of data. Carved into the steep limestone cliffs flanking the Yi River in central China, the Longmen Grottoes present a panorama of devotion so vast it seems to breathe with the very rock itself. This is not a single monument but an entire landscape transformed into a spiritual testament, with over 2,300 caves and niches housing an astonishing 110,000 Buddhist statues and almost 2,500 steles and inscriptions. Created over multiple dynasties, from the northern Moai in the late 5th century through to the Tang dynasty, the grottos are a living archive of artistic and religious evolution. As you walk the path along the river, you are essentially traversing a timeline of Chinese Buddhist art, watching the style of the sculptures shift from the slender, ethereal figures with mysterious smiles characteristic of the northern Moai period to the more robust, realistic, and powerfully confident forms of the High Tang era. This transformation in stone mirrors the broader journey of Buddhism itself as it traveled along the Silk Road, was absorbed into Chinese culture, and eventually blossomed into a profound expression of indigenous faith and imperial power. The undeniable masterpiece and centerpiece of this sprawling complex is the Sphinxian Temple Cave, home to the colossal Vairocana Buddha. This is not merely a large statue. It is an overwhelming embodiment of spiritual and artistic perfection. Towering over 56 feet tall, the seated figure is hewn directly from the cliff face, his serene and compassionate gaze seeming to take in the entire world. The level of detail is breathtaking: the graceful, curling lines of his robes, the intricate jeweled necklace across his chest, and the perfectly composed, oval face with its downcast eyes and subtle, knowing smile that projects an aura of transcendent peace and immense calm power. Flanking him are a cohort of attendant figures, his disciples Ananda and Kasyapa, bodhisattvas adorned with delicate crowns, and fierce celestial guardians, each meticulously carved with their own unique expressions and postures, creating a complete cosmic mandala in stone. The technical skill required to execute such a massive work with such refined detail, high on a cliffside and with only simple tools, is a staggering testament to the anonymous master sculptors whose devotion was as deep as their talent was vast. This monumental endeavor was fueled by a powerful fusion of faith and politics, a partnership between the devout and the powerful that characterizes so many of the world's great artistic legacies. The construction of the Longmen Grottoes was overwhelmingly a project of royal patronage. The Northern Moai emperors, who initiated the work after moving their capital to Loyang, saw in Buddhism a unifying force for their empire, and in these grand projects a way to legitimize their rule by aligning themselves with divine power. The most magnificent caves, including the Sphinxian Temple, were commissioned directly by the Tang dynasty emperors, most notably Empress Wu Zetian, China's only female ruler. She personally donated a vast amount of her own cosmetics fund to complete the Vairocana Buddha, and it is widely believed that the Buddha's famously serene and somewhat feminine face was subtly modeled on her own likeness. This was a brilliant piece of political theology, a way to visually cement her authority by presenting herself as a living embodiment of the Buddha's compassion and wisdom, his divine representative on earth. The grottos, therefore, are as much a record of imperial propaganda and the cultivation of soft power as they are a record of piety, demonstrating how art has always been a primary tool for shaping public perception and consolidating authority. The whispers from these stone faces, however, are now tinged with the sadness of impermanence and loss. The soft limestone that made the cliffs so inviting for master carvers is also highly vulnerable to the elements. Centuries of rain, wind, and temperature fluctuations have caused severe weathering, eroding fine details and in some cases washing away entire features. But the more heartbreaking damage is the work of human hands. During periods of anti-Buddhist persecution, particularly the great anti-Buddhist persecution of the Tang dynasty under Emperor Wuzong, many statues were deliberately defaced. In the early 20th century, the site suffered terribly from looters and collectors who, driven by the insatiable demand for Asian art in Western museums, systematically sawed off and stole countless heads and entire statues. Walking through the grottos today, you are constantly confronted by the ghostly presence of these absences, niches filled with headless torsos, empty alcoves where masterpieces once resided, and scarred walls that tell a silent story of cultural violation. This damage is a permanent wound, a reminder of the fragility of heritage in the face of ideological shifts and the destructive power of the art market. Yet the story of Longmen does not end with loss. It continues in a global, collaborative effort to preserve what remains and, in some cases, digitally recreate what was taken. The ongoing restoration work is a meticulous scientific endeavor. Conservators carefully clean accumulated soot and grime, stabilize cracking rock with chemical injections, and install protective canopies over the most vulnerable areas. But the most fascinating modern development lies in the realm of digital archaeology. Using advanced photogrammetry and three-dimensional laser scanning, teams are creating incredibly detailed digital models of every sculpture and inscription in the complex. This digital archive serves multiple crucial purposes. It provides a perfect record for conservators to monitor future decay. It allows researchers around the world to study the site remotely, and it opens up revolutionary possibilities for virtual tourism. Furthermore, this technology is being used to identify looted fragments in museums and private collections across the globe, sometimes allowing for virtual reunification where physical return is impossible. A head in a museum in Ottawa can be digitally matched and joined to its body in China, healing the wound if only on a screen and allowing the artwork to be appreciated as its creators intended. This makes the Longmen grottos a powerful actor in 21st century cultural diplomacy. The collaborative international effort to study and preserve them has become a bridge between nations, a shared project that transcends political differences in the name of our common human heritage. China's investment in preserving Longmen and its promotion of the site as a UNESCO World Heritage Destination is a soft power strategy that showcases the depth and sophistication of its ancient civilization to the world. The grottos whisper a potent message about the universal value of beauty and devotion, demonstrating how ancient art can inspire not just awe, but also international cooperation, technological innovation, and a shared commitment to safeguarding the treasures of our collective past for the generations who have yet to walk the path along the river and look into the timeless eyes of the Buddha. Hidden within a hillside near the ancient citadel of Mycenae, a massive, enigmatic doorway leads not into a mountain, but into a profound architectural revolution. The treasury of Atreus, also romantically but incorrectly known as the Tomb of Agamemnon, is a breathtaking feat of Bronze Age engineering that feels both timeless and utterly ahead of its time. Constructed around 1250 BC, this is not a simple burial chamber. It is a tholos tomb, a monumental beehive-shaped structure that represents the pinnacle of Mycenaean architectural ambition. To step through its towering entrance, flanked by immense, precisely cut stone blocks and crowned by a massive 120-ton lintel, is to leave the world of the living behind and enter a space that was designed to echo through eternity, a permanent house for the soul of a king. The true marvel of this structure reveals itself as you step inside and look upward. Soaring above you is a perfect corbelled dome that rises to a breathtaking height of over 44 feet. The engineering behind this dome is a masterpiece of prehistoric intellect. The builders did not use mortar or a keystone. Instead, they employed a technique called corbelling. Each successive layer of stone blocks was laid so that it slightly overlapped the one below, gradually cantilevering inward until the entire space was sealed at the top with a single capstone. The precision required for this is staggering. Each stone had to be carefully shaped so that its inner face was smooth, creating that seamless, parabolic curve, while its outer face was left rough to grip the earth packed around the entire structure for support. The stability of this design is so perfect that it has remained completely intact for over 3,200 years, making it the largest unsupported dome in the world for over a millennium, until the Pantheon was constructed in Rome. This was not just a tomb, it was a daring geometric experiment in stone, a declaration that these so-called prehistoric people possessed a sophisticated understanding of physics, weight distribution, and spatial design that would not be surpassed for generations. The genius of its construction extends beyond the dome itself to the incredible logistics involved. The stones used are not small field stones, they are massive, finely dressed blocks of conglomerate limestone. The lintel stone above the doorway alone weighs an estimated 120 tons. Transporting these megaliths from quarries miles away and maneuvering them into place without the use of pulleys, cranes, or the wheel represents a phenomenal organizational feat. It required a society with a powerful, centralized authority capable of commanding a large, skilled workforce of laborers, engineers, and stonemasons. This immense investment of resources for a single individual's final resting place speaks volumes about the power and wealth of the Mycenaean Wanax, or king, who was buried here. He was not just a local chieftain, he was a ruler whose influence likely stretched across the Aegean, a peer to the heroic figures immortalized in Homer's epics. While the tomb was looted in antiquity, its empty silence still whispers of the unimaginable wealth that must have once filled it. The sheer scale and perfection of the architecture itself are the greatest treasures left behind. Archaeologists can infer the original opulence from the remains of other, less grand Mycenaean tombs and from the legendary reputation of the city. It is easy to imagine the burial chamber gleaming with the spoils of a heroic age. Stacks of bronze weaponry inlaid with gold and silver, exquisite gold death masks covering the faces of the noble dead, intricate jewelry of amber and lapis lazuli obtained through vast trade networks, and stacks of finely painted pottery filled with offerings for the long journey ahead. This was not a hidden grave, it was a public statement of dynasty and divine right, a permanent marker of a ruling family's power meant to be seen and revered by generations to come. The alignment of the tomb adds another layer of spiritual significance to this statement of power. The long, walled entrance passageway, known as the dromos, is meticulously oriented to the horizon. Some researchers have suggested that this alignment was calibrated to capture the light of specific celestial bodies, perhaps on the day of the entombed king's death or on a significant religious festival. During the winter solstice, the low-lying sun would have illuminated the deep, dark entrance in a specific way, creating a dramatic interplay of light and shadow that would have heightened the sacred atmosphere of the burial ritual. This celestial connection transformed the tomb from a mere repository for bones into a cosmic clock, linking the destiny of the king with the eternal cycles of the heavens and reinforcing the belief in his journey to a divine afterlife. The legacy of this magnificent structure is a long and powerful one. It stands at the very dawn of European monumental architecture, a direct precursor to the classical orders that would follow. The design elements pioneered here, the grand entrance, the use of massive stone blocks, and the awe-inspiring interior space, can be seen as a primordial blueprint that would eventually influence the design of Greek temples, Roman mausoleums like the one built for Emperor Hadrian, and later, the great memorials and civic buildings of the modern world. The impulse to honor the dead with monumental architecture, to build a legacy in stone that outlasts a single lifetime, is a thread that connects the treasury of Atreus to the Taj Mahal, the Lincoln Memorial, and the countless war memorials that dot our landscapes today. It speaks to a universal human need to remember, to honor, and to project our values and our memories into the future, ensuring that the whispers of the past are never entirely silenced by the passage of time. Nestled in the arid Soup Valley of Peru, far from the well-trodden paths that lead to Machu Picchu, lies a complex of ancient mounds that would irrevocably rewrite the history of the Americas. This is the sacred city of Caral, a sprawling metropolis that flourished over 5,000 years ago, making it the oldest known center of civilization in the entire Western Hemisphere. While the Great Pyramids of Egypt were still centuries from being built, the people of Caral were already constructing their own monumental architecture, organizing a sophisticated society, and creating a cultural blueprint that would influence Andean civilizations for millennia. Its discovery challenged a fundamental pillar of archaeological theory, forcing us to reconsider the very engine of human progress and offering a whisper from a past where community was built not on conquest but on collaboration. The sheer scale and organization of Caral are immediately astounding. This was not a simple village. It was a meticulously planned urban center covering over 150 acres, with 6 large pyramidal structures, sunken circular plazas, residential districts for both elite and commoners, and intricate irrigation systems. The largest pyramid, known as the Pyramid Maya, rises to a height of 60 feet and is built from stones quarried from nearby hills, each carried in bags known as shikras to the site. These shikra bags were then used as part of the construction fill, a brilliant anti-seismic technique that allowed the structure to flex and sway during earthquakes, a testament to an engineering wisdom that understood the forces of their environment. The city's layout is highly intentional, with the major monuments positioned around a vast central plaza, suggesting a society that valued collective gathering and public ceremony. This degree of urban planning, with distinct zones for administration, religion, and daily life, indicates a level of social complexity and centralized authority that archaeologists simply did not expect to find at such an early date. What is perhaps most revolutionary about Caral, however, is what archaeologists have not found. After decades of meticulous excavation, researchers led by Dr. Ruth Shady have uncovered no trace of defensive walls, no stockpiles of weapons, no mutilated bodies buried in mass graves, and no art depicting warfare or captive-taking. In a field where the history of civilization is often told through the lens of conflict, of walled cities, warrior kings, and empires forged in battle, Caral stands as a profound and silent anomaly. It presents a compelling case for the existence of a peaceful, cooperative society, that thrived for nearly 1,000 years without any apparent need for organized violence or militarism. This single fact dismantles the long-held assumption that warfare is an inevitable and necessary catalyst for the development of complex social structures. Carroll whispers a different story, one where human ingenuity was channeled not into weapons but into community. The vibrant culture of its people is revealed not in trophies of war, but in artifacts of art, music, and trade. Archaeologists have uncovered a variety of musical instruments, including 32 flutes crafted from the bones of pelicans and condors, and cornets made from llama and deer bones. These instruments were often beautifully decorated with intricate carvings of birds, monkeys, and other figures, suggesting that music played a central role in their rituals and social cohesion. Furthermore, evidence of long-distance trade paints a picture of a society connected to a wide network. They obtained spondylus shells from the warm waters off Ecuador, used in rituals for their association with water and fertility, and they traded for dyes and other goods from the Amazon rainforest. This indicates an economy based on exchange and interaction, not raiding and appropriation. They were not an isolated people. They were networked participants in a regional economy, their prosperity built on peaceful commerce and shared knowledge. This incredible discovery fundamentally challenges the traditional narrative of the Neolithic Revolution, which posits that the development of agriculture automatically led to surplus, which in turn led to social stratification, specialization, and ultimately conflict over resources. Carroll turns this sequence on its head. Here we see a society that developed monumental architecture and complex social organization contemporaneously with its adoption of agriculture. It suggests that the driving force behind civilization may not have been a desperate competition for scarce resources, but rather a powerful, collective desire to create something larger than themselves, to build a shared identity, to conduct ceremonies that connected them to the cosmos, and to live in a sustainable balance with their environment. Their economy was built on the abundant resources of the Pacific Ocean and the fertile valley, managed through sophisticated irrigation canals that guaranteed their food security. The ultimate lesson from Carroll is not just about the past, but about the future. In a modern world grappling with the existential threats of climate change, resource depletion, and social division, this ancient city offers a powerful alternative model. It is a testament to the human capacity for large-scale cooperation without coercion, for building a rich and complex culture rooted in reciprocity and mutual respect rather than domination. Carroll's millennial-long longevity suggests that a society built on these principles can be not only viable, but remarkably resilient. Its silent plazas and sun-drenched pyramids stand as a permanent challenge to the cynical notion that conflict is an inherent and unavoidable part of the human story. They whisper an urgent and hopeful question to our own turbulent times. What if the next great chapter of human civilization is not written by the victors of war, but by the architects of peace? Perched on a sun-scorched cliff overlooking the Mediterranean Sea on the island of Malta, the Haga Kim Temple complex offers a humbling encounter with a past so remote it defies easy comprehension. These are not the ruins of a grand empire, but the enduring bones of a Stone Age society whose spiritual ambition was as vast as the blue horizon before them. Constructed a staggering 5,600 years ago, these megalithic structures are among the very oldest freestanding buildings on Earth, predating Stonehenge by over a millennium and the Great Pyramid of Giza by more than 1,000 years. To walk among these massive, softly rounded limestone blocks is to stand in a sanctuary that was ancient before the concept of pharaohs even existed. a place where humanity's first stuttering steps toward monumental architecture are preserved in the golden stone. The architectural plan of Haga Kim, which translates to standing stones, is both complex and deeply symbolic. Unlike a single, unified building, the site is a labyrinth of interconnected, oval-shaped chambers or apses arranged in a cloverleaf pattern. The entrance itself is a monumental trilithon, two massive upright stones supporting a huge horizontal lintel that creates a powerful threshold between the everyday world and the sacred space within. Moving through the complex, you pass through a series of these spaces, each one seemingly more sacred than the last, guiding the visitor on a deliberate journey inward. The walls are made of enormous coralline limestone blocks, some weighing over 20 tons, but the interior fittings showcase a surprising delicacy. Here, the builders used the softer, pale yellow Globigerina limestone to craft elaborate altars, intricately carved spiral motifs, and mysterious porthole-like windows that connect one chamber to the next. The most captivating of these features are the so-called oracle holes, small, oval apertures carved into the walls that separate the inner chambers. The prevailing theory is that during rituals, a priest or shaman would speak or chant through these holes from a hidden niche, making their voice appear to emanate magically from the temple itself, a divine message issuing directly from the stone to awe and guide the congregation. This sophisticated use of architecture and acoustics to manipulate perception and create a sense of mystical connection reveals a psychological insight that is truly astonishing for its time. This ancient wisdom extended to a precise understanding of the heavens, turning the entire temple into a sophisticated astronomical instrument. The structure is meticulously aligned to capture the sun's rays at the most pivotal moments of the year. During the summer solstice, the longest day, a spectacular event unfolds. As the sun rises, its beams pierce through a carefully designed aperture, often called the oracle hole, on the outer wall. A narrow shaft of light penetrates the dark interior, gradually moving across the stone floor until it illuminates a specific stone slab in the innermost apse. This is not a vague alignment. It is a precise, calculated effect that required generations of careful observation to achieve. It would have served as a powerful, unassailable confirmation of the solar cycle, marking a time for celebration, harvest, or propitiation of the gods. Similarly, during the winter solstice, the sunlight enters through a different opening to strike another designated stone. This celestial choreography transforms the static temple into a dynamic calendar, a cosmic clock that connected the community's rituals directly to the eternal cycles of the universe, blending worship with a practical, scientific understanding of their world. The very material that made this artistic and astronomical precision possible, however, is also the source of the temple's greatest vulnerability. The beautiful, pale Globigerina limestone is soft and porous, easily worked with stone and antler tools, which allowed the temple builders to carve their intricate spirals and perfect their solar apertures. But this same softness makes it tragically susceptible to the elements. 5,000 years of Mediterranean sun, wind, salt spray, and most destructively, acid rain have taken a severe toll. The once sharp carvings have softened and blurred like a memory fading with time. The detailed surfaces are pitted and weathered, and the structural integrity of some of the most magnificent stones is under constant threat. This presents conservators with an agonizing dilemma: how to preserve a site that is fundamentally ephemeral without destroying its authenticity. The solution, for now, has been a compromise between preservation and presentation. A vast tent-like protective shelter now covers the entire complex, shielding it from the worst of the weather while still allowing visitors to experience the site in its original location. This modern intervention is itself a form of whisper, a message from our own time about the value we place on this ancient heritage and our responsibility to serve as its temporary guardians. The profound and enduring whisper of Hypogeum is this universal, timeless impulse to demarcate sacred space. These Neolithic farmers, with their immediate concerns of survival and subsistence, chose to invest their immense collective labor not in fortifications or storehouses, but in a structure dedicated solely to the spirit. This tells us that the need to connect with something beyond the self, to create a designated place for contemplation, ritual, and community gathering, is a fundamental part of the human experience, as basic as the need for food or shelter. This primal urge did not end with the last ceremony at Hypogeum. It is a thread that connects directly to the soaring Gothic cathedrals of Europe, designed to lift the eyes and the soul toward heaven, to the serene simplicity of a Buddhist meditation hall, to the quiet solemnity of any local church, mosque, or synagogue. We see it today in the modern desire to create a peaceful corner of a home for yoga or meditation, a personal sanctuary in a busy world. The specific gods may change, the architectural styles evolve beyond recognition, but the core intention remains astonishingly constant. Hypogeum stands as the original blueprint for this deep-seated human need, a powerful reminder that our desire to build structures for the soul is one of the oldest and most enduring stories we have ever told. Rising from the flat, fertile plains of Mesopotamia, the White Temple of Uruk stood not just as a building, but as a brilliant beacon of a new world dawning. Perched atop a massive man-made mountain known as a ziggurat, this was not a place for common worship. It was a literal stairway to heaven, a secluded sanctuary where the priests of the sky god Anu could ascend from the mundane world of humans to commune with the divine. Its most striking feature, the one that gave it its name, was its gleaming whitewash. In a landscape of brown mud brick and dusty earth, the temple would have shone under the relentless Mesopotamian sun, a dazzling symbol of purity, celestial light, and otherworldly divinity visible for miles across the floodplain. This was architecture designed to inspire awe, to physically and visually separate the powerful priesthood from the people below, reinforcing a fundamental new idea, that the gods were distant, powerful entities, and that access to them was a privilege controlled by a select few. This temple was far more than a solitary place of prayer. It was the dynamic, beating heart of the world's first true city. The ziggurat complex functioned as the central processor for an entire civilization, a seamless fusion of sacred authority and secular administration. Within its precincts, priests doubled as bureaucrats, and temple storehouses held the vast agricultural surplus that fueled the urban economy. This is where the grain from temple-owned lands was collected, recorded, and redistributed as rations to the city's workers, from the sculptors and weavers to the armies of laborers who built these very monuments. The temple was the largest employer, the biggest landowner, and the central bank. This intertwining of church and state, born in the shadow of the White Temple, established a template for power that would persist for millennia. The ruler's authority was legitimized not by popular vote, but by divine sanction. He was the intermediary chosen by the gods to manage their earthly estate, a concept that would echo in the divine right of kings and the sacred aura of pharaohs for ages to come. But the most profound and enduring whisper from Uruk does not come from its sun-bleached walls, which have long since crumbled to dust. It comes from the humble, palm-sized clay tablets found in its ruins, etched with the world's first sophisticated system of writing, cuneiform. The very invention of writing is inextricably linked to the administrative needs of this temple economy. As the city grew and its transactions became impossibly complex, the old system of using simple clay tokens to represent quantities of goods, 10 tokens for 10 jars of oil, was no longer sufficient. An ingenious, anonymous bureaucrat had the revolutionary idea to imprint these tokens onto a wet clay tablet, creating a permanent, two-dimensional record. This soon evolved into using a stylus to make deliberate marks, wedges, and lines that formed pictographs. Those first marks were practical, born of accountancy. They were records of bushels of barley paid in tax, of numbers of sheep owed to the temple, of the rations distributed to workers. Yet, this practical tool swiftly exploded into something far greater. Within a few centuries, those pictographs evolved into a flexible script capable of recording not just numbers and goods, but also the complex sounds of the Sumerian language. This allowed them to capture something miraculous, human thought itself. For the first time, words could be frozen in time, spoken across distances, and preserved for future generations. They began to write law codes like the Code of Ur, laying the foundation for justice beyond the whims of a single ruler. They wrote letters, literature, and epic poetry, like the famed Epic of Gilgamesh, a king of Uruk himself, allowing stories and identities to survive long after their speakers had turned to dust. This leap from counting grain to composing epic poetry represents one of the most critical thresholds in human history. Writing allowed for the externalization of memory, creating a collective brain trust for civilization. Knowledge could now accumulate across generations instead of being lost with the death of each elder. It enabled complex government, sophisticated science, and deep cultural expression. The temple bureaucrats of Uruk, in their quest to manage resources, inadvertently gifted humanity with its most powerful tool for progress. In our modern digital age, this ancient innovation resonates with stunning relevance. We are the direct inheritors of that Sumerian revolution. Our relentless drive to record, to store, and to transmit information is the same impulse that pressed those first wedges into clay. Today, we grapple with the monumental task of preserving our own digital legacy: terabytes of data, websites, social media posts, and entire libraries stored on formats that may become obsolete in a decade. We are facing a digital dark age where future archaeologists might find our hard drives as indecipherable as a cuneiform tablet was before the discovery of the Rosetta Stone. The White Temple of Uruk whispers a crucial warning and a timeless lesson. The medium may change from clay to silicon, but the imperative remains the same. The act of writing it down is what builds a civilization, and the fight to preserve it is the fight for our own memory, ensuring that the whispers of our time are not silenced by the relentless march of technology. Far to the south of Egypt, across a vast and unforgiving desert landscape, lies a field of pyramids so numerous it dwarfs the entire collection found along the Nile. These are the Nubian pyramids of ancient Kush, located in what is now modern-day Sudan, and they stand as a powerful, silent rebuke to any narrow, Egypt-centric narrative of African history. While they share a familiar silhouette with their famous northern cousins, a closer look reveals a distinct architectural personality and a story of a fiercely independent civilization that was not a mere imitation of Egypt, but a powerful rival and cultural peer that forged its own unique path. The Kingdom of Kush, with its capital at Meroe, was a formidable force that even conquered and ruled Egypt as its 25th dynasty, the so-called Black Pharaohs, before eventually retreating south to build an enduring empire of its own. These pyramids are the stone embodiment of that confident, sophisticated, and often overlooked African power. The most immediate difference between the Nubian and Egyptian pyramids is their striking physical form. The pyramids of Kush are noticeably steeper, with sides that rise at an angle of approximately 70 degrees, compared to the gentler 52-degree slope of the Great Pyramid of Giza. They are also significantly smaller in base size and height, but what they lack in sheer monumental scale, they make up for in their elegant, sharp-angled profile and their incredible density. At sites like Meroe, Nader, and Jebel Barkal, hundreds of these steep-sided structures cluster together, creating a breathtaking skyline of stone needles piercing the desert air. Their construction technique also differed. Instead of the massive, precisely cut stone blocks favored by the Egyptians, the Kushites often built their pyramids with a core of rough rubble and then faced them with carefully dressed sandstone blocks, creating a smooth, finished exterior. This efficient method allowed them to construct a far greater number of these funerary monuments for their elite, reflecting a society where a wider class of nobles and officials could aspire to such a prestigious burial. This architectural choice was not a sign of inferior skill, but rather a brilliant act of cultural adaptation and assertion. The Kushites were not simply copying a template, they were actively engaging with a powerful cultural idea from their northern neighbor and then making it distinctly their own. They adopted the pyramid form because it was an international symbol of divine kingship and resurrection, a powerful visual language understood across the region. But by altering its proportions, its scale, and its construction method, they were stamping it with a uniquely Kushite identity. It was a statement of both connection and independence, a declaration that they were part of the same broad Nilotic cultural world as Egypt, but were absolutely their own masters, with their own aesthetic tastes and their own way of doing things. This process of selective adoption and adaptation is a universal hallmark of sophisticated cultures throughout history, from the Romans with Greek art to Japan with Western technology. The true treasures of these pyramids and the secrets they hold about the vast reach of the Kingdom of Kush were found not in the structures above ground, but in the tombs buried beneath them. Unlike the largely looted and empty chambers beneath the Giza pyramids, many Kushite tombs, though also often plundered anciently, have yielded a spectacular array of artifacts that paint a picture of a wealthy, connected, and cosmopolitan civilization. Archaeologists have discovered exquisite gold and silver jewelry adorned with intricate filigree work, beautifully crafted pottery, and weapons of fine iron and bronze. Most tellingly, they have unearthed objects that trace the lines of long-distance trade routes stretching across the ancient world. Finds include bronze vessels from Rome, glassware from Alexandria, and exquisite silverware with clear Hellenistic Greek influences. These artifacts are silent witnesses to a thriving mercantile empire that controlled the lucrative trade routes between sub-Saharan Africa and the Mediterranean world, exporting gold, ivory, ebony, and exotic animals to the north and importing luxury goods and ideas in return. The Kushite kingdom was not an isolated outlier. It was a vital hub in a globalized ancient economy. For centuries, Western Egyptology and popular history have presented ancient Egypt as a near-miraculous, isolated phenomenon, a beacon of civilization in an otherwise dark and uncivilized continent. The grandeur of the Nubian pyramids and the sophisticated society they represent completely shatter this outdated and biased perspective. They force us to reconceptualize the map of the ancient world, to see the Nile Valley not as Egypt alone, but as a continuous corridor of complex civilizations, with powerful kingdoms rising and falling in Nubia for thousands of years, interacting with Egypt as both partners and adversaries. This recognition is part of a vital and ongoing corrective within archaeology and history, an effort to decolonize our understanding of the past and to acknowledge the immense and diverse contributions of African civilizations to the shared heritage of humanity. These pyramids are a monumental piece of evidence in that important argument. Today, these incredible structures face a fragile future, caught between the slow, inexorable wrath of nature and the eager, sometimes damaging attention of humans. The soft sandstone from which they are built is highly susceptible to erosion from wind-blown sand and the rare but torrential desert rains, which slowly eat away at their sharp edges and inscribed walls. A more pressing threat, however, comes from a modern source, tourism. While vital for funding conservation and raising global awareness, the increase in visitors brings with it the perils of accidental damage, vibration from nearby vehicle traffic, and litter. The greatest challenge lies in finding a sustainable balance, allowing people to witness and appreciate this awe-inspiring site while implementing strict measures to protect it, such as designated walkways, controlled access to the most vulnerable areas, and ongoing, meticulous conservation work to stabilize the ancient stone. The whisper from Sudan is thus a dual one. It is a proud declaration of a glorious past, but also an urgent plea for recognition and protection in the present, ensuring that these unique monuments to African achievement continue to stand for millennia to come. Towering over 70 feet above the rugged valley of the Hari River in central Afghanistan, the Minaret of Jam stands as a solitary, graceful sentinel in one of the most remote and inhospitable landscapes on Earth. Its sudden appearance is a shock to the senses, a masterpiece of intricate beauty and profound spiritual significance rising from a wilderness of stark brown mountains, a place where the very concept of a city seems impossible. Yet, this breathtaking 12-sided tower of baked brick, dating from the 12th century, is believed to be all that remains of the legendary lost city of Firuzkar, the magnificent summer capital of the powerful Ghurid dynasty. For a brief, brilliant moment in history, this remote valley was not a backwater but the heart of an empire that stretched from eastern Iran to the borders of northern India, a center of power, culture, and Islamic scholarship that has since vanished almost without a trace, leaving only its magnificent minaret to whisper its name to the wind. The minaret itself is an unparalleled triumph of artistic and architectural genius, a symphony composed in brick and turquoise. Every inch of its surface is covered in a complex, mesmerizing tapestry of geometric patterns, elegant Kufic and Nazca calligraphy, and intricate stylized floral motifs, all formed from carefully laid bricks. The bands of text winding around the structure like a sacred ribbon contain verses from the Quran, specifically the chapter of Maryam, which tells the story of the Virgin Mary and the birth of Jesus. This choice of scripture is deeply significant, reflecting the Ghurids' particular devotion and perhaps even serving as a message of inclusivity to the diverse populations they ruled, including Christian communities along the Silk Road. The craftsmanship is so precise, the patterns so mathematically harmonious, that the tower seems to shimmer and shift in the harsh Afghan light, a permanent, swirling vortex of devotion and intellect frozen in terracotta. This was far more than a simple tower for the call to prayer. It was a monumental declaration of faith, a beacon of Islamic civilization proclaiming its presence and its sophistication in the most dramatic way imaginable. The influence of this solitary masterpiece rippled across the Islamic world, its design echoing through centuries and across thousands of miles. It is widely considered the direct and glorious precursor to the most famous minaret in the world, the Qutb Minar in Delhi, India. When the Ghurid general Qutb ad-Din Aibak, a former slave soldier, established the Delhi Sultanate after conquering northern India, he brought the architectural language of his Ghurid masters with him. The Qutb Minar, though larger and more complex, shares the same coordinates: the soaring, tapering cylindrical form, the alternating fluted and rounded sections, and the bands of ornate carving that transform a structural element into a profound work of art. The Minaret of Jam, therefore, is not an endpoint but a beginning. It stands as a vital architectural missing link, a physical testament to the movement of ideas, artisans, and entire cultural paradigms along the vectors of conquest and trade, showing how a style born in the mountains of Afghanistan would come to define the skyline of a new empire in the Indian subcontinent. Its survival for over 8 centuries is a story of both fortune and fragility. The very remoteness that once made Firuzgarh a defensible capital also became its greatest protector. Isolated by towering mountains and difficult passes, the minaret was spared the attention of later conquerors like Genghis Khan, whose armies devastated so many other urban centers in the region. It was simply too hard to reach, too insignificant a target to warrant the effort of destruction. It was gradually forgotten by the outside world, known only to local nomadic tribes, until it was officially rediscovered by Western archaeologists in the 1950s. This long slumber in the wilderness saved it from the fate of so many other monuments. However, this isolation now masks a dire and immediate threat. The minaret's greatest enemy is not war but water. It stands perilously close to the confluence of the Hari and Jam rivers, and its foundation is constantly being undermined by erosion and seasonal flooding. Each spring melt and heavy rain weakens the ground beneath it, threatening to cause a catastrophic collapse. Conservation efforts are a desperate race against time, involving everything from building protective walls to trying to divert the river's flow, a constant battle to stabilize the ground beneath a priceless and irreplaceable piece of global heritage. This precarious existence makes the Minaret of Jam a powerful and poignant symbol for our time. It stands in the Gur province, a region that has seen decades of devastating conflict. Its survival feels both miraculous and terribly vulnerable, a metaphor for the resilience of culture and identity in the face of seemingly endless turmoil. It reminds us that the destruction of heritage is not a secondary tragedy in a war zone. It is a central part of the erosion of a people's history, their memory, and their very soul. The international effort to monitor and save the minaret, led by organizations like UNESCO, which has designated it a World Heritage Site in danger, is about more than preserving old bricks. It is an act of defiance against the forces of oblivion, a statement that this shared human achievement matters and must be protected, even when the political situation makes direct intervention incredibly complex and dangerous. The minaret's quiet, stubborn endurance in its lonely valley is a whisper that carries across the globe, urging us to recognize that these monuments are not relics of a dead past, but active participants in our collective story. They are anchors of identity in a changing world, and their protection is a duty we all share, a testament to our belief that beauty and history must have a place in the future we are building. Journeying now into the highlands of northern Ethiopia, we encounter an architectural marvel that defies all conventional logic, a complex where the very earth has been sculpted into devotion. The rock-hewn churches of Lalibela are not built from the ground up. They are carved from the top down, a process of profound subtraction that transformed a solid mountain of red volcanic rock into a breathtaking network of 11 interconnected churches, courtyards, and ceremonial passages. This was not a construction project in any ordinary sense, but an act of faith executed with the precision of divine geometry. Imagine the vision required not to place stone upon stone, but to see the finished cathedral hidden within a single, massive block of living rock, and then to have the patience and skill to meticulously remove everything that was not part of that sacred vision. The result is a landscape that feels both alien and deeply holy, a place where the line between the natural world and human creation is utterly blurred, leaving structures that seem to have been grown from the earth itself or perhaps revealed by the hand of God. The driving force behind this impossible endeavor is attributed to a zealous and visionary king, Jebba Meskel Lalibela, who ruled in the late 12th and early 13th centuries. According to enduring Ethiopian tradition, King Lalibela was poisoned by his jealous brother and fell into a deep 3-day coma. During this trance-like state, he was transported to the heavens, where God himself commanded him to return to Roha, his capital, and build a new Jerusalem. This divine instruction came at a pivotal historical moment. The original Jerusalem had recently fallen to the Muslim leader Saladin in 1187, making the holy city inaccessible to Christian pilgrims. Lalibela's project was therefore born from a powerful dual purpose: to fulfill a celestial command and to provide an alternative spiritual epicenter for his people, a safe haven for pilgrimage that would keep the flame of their faith burning brightly. This was not an act of vanity, but one of profound necessity and deep religious patriotism, a king using his earthly power to manifest a heavenly kingdom for his subjects. Moving through this complex is a physical and symbolic journey of spiritual passage. The churches are not isolated monuments. They are linked by a deep and winding labyrinth of narrow trenches, tunnels, and ceremonial walkways. These pathways force the pilgrim to descend into shadowy, subterranean passages, symbolizing a journey through the underworld or the darkness of sin, before emerging suddenly into the brilliant sunlight of a sunken courtyard, where one of the magnificent churches stands revealed. This architectural narrative is a powerful metaphor for the Christian journey from death into resurrection, from spiritual blindness into the light of salvation. The most dramatic of these transitions is the 25-foot deep trench that leads to the most iconic of the churches, Bet Georgis, the Church of St. George. Carved in the perfect shape of a Greek cross, it is isolated from the others, appearing at the bottom of its deep pit like a perfect, three-dimensional icon dropped from the sky. The approach demands a descent, a humbling before one can finally stand in its presence. The genius of Lalibela extends beyond its dramatic forms into the realm of celestial alignment and symbolic detail. Many of the churches are precisely oriented to capture the rising or setting sun on specific holy days, turning the entire complex into a massive solar calendar that marks the rhythm of the liturgical year. Furthermore, the site is interlaced with intricate hydrological features that speak to deep theological understanding. A series of baptismal pools are fed by a complex, gravity-driven water system that uses ancient aqueducts to channel a natural spring. The most sacred of these is the Pool of Bet Mariam, which never runs dry, even during the most severe droughts. This ever-present water is a powerful symbol of eternal life and spiritual purification, directly linking the physical act of baptism with the life-giving power of faith. Inside the churches, the artistry is overwhelming. The walls and ceilings are covered in beautifully carved frescoes depicting biblical scenes and saints, while windows and portals are shaped into symbolic forms like crosses and swastikas, an ancient symbol of eternity. Every single element, from the grandest alignment to the smallest carved detail, was designed to educate, inspire, and elevate the soul of the believer. The most enduring whisper of Lalibela, however, is one of breathtaking innovation achieved with astonishingly minimal resources. The builders had no steel, no machinery, no modern tools. Their entire toolkit consisted of hammers, chisels, and an unimaginable reserve of human determination. The construction process itself was a masterclass in efficiency. Workers would first carve deep trenches to isolate a single block of stone from the surrounding bedrock. Then, like master sculptors, they would work from the top down, carving the exterior roof and walls before hollowing out the intricate interior spaces, columns, altars, and arches. The waste rock from the excavation was not discarded. It was likely broken down and used to build the simple dwellings of the workers or for other construction projects in the area. This represents a perfect closed-loop system, a project of zero waste that created a universe of sacred space from a single source. It stands as a timeless testament to the fact that true grandeur does not require infinite resources, but rather infinite vision, faith, and communal will. Lalibela is not a monument to what money can buy, but to what the human spirit, unified by a common belief, can achieve. It remains a living, breathing pilgrimage site, its stone floors worn smooth by the bare feet of centuries of worshippers, a place where the awe-inspiring achievements of the medieval world continue to fuel the faith of the modern one, proving that the most powerful motivator for human achievement has never been material gain, but the enduring hope of touching the divine. Nestled in the fertile Bekaa Valley of Lebanon, the ruins of Baalbek present a paradox of breathtaking beauty and utterly baffling engineering. While the soaring Corinthian columns of the Temple of Jupiter are a textbook example of Roman imperial grandeur, it is what lies beneath and around them that truly defies explanation. The temple's foundation platform is built with some of the most colossal stone blocks ever handled by human hands. 3, in particular, known as the Trilithon, are a sight that can short-circuit the modern mind. Each one measures an astonishing 64 feet in length, 14 feet in height, and 12 feet in width, with a weight estimated at a staggering 800 tons. To put that almost incomprehensible weight into perspective, that is the equivalent of 3 fully loaded Boeing 747 jets or 2 fully grown blue whales. These are not rough, unhewn boulders. They are precision-cut monoliths quarried from a site nearly a mile away, dragged to the Acropolis, and then hoisted over 20 feet into the air to be fitted into the platform wall with joints so tight you cannot slide a razor blade between them. The logistical nightmare of this operation is so profound that it stands as one of the greatest unsolved puzzles in all of archaeological engineering. The question of how this was achieved with first-century technology has fueled endless speculation and debate, giving rise to theories that range from the ingenious to the fantastical. Mainstream archaeology points to the known capabilities of Roman engineering, an immense workforce of skilled and unskilled labor, the use of massive wooden capstans and pulley systems, and the power of leverage. They propose a system of enormous wooden sledges, rollers, and perhaps even barges floated on temporarily flooded canals, all powered by thousands of men and beasts pulling in unison to the rhythm of drums and shouts. It would have been a project of decades, a testament to sheer, overwhelming human effort. Yet, even this explanation strains credulity when confronted with the sheer mass of the stones and the precision of their placement. This gap in understanding has led to more speculative ideas. Some researchers point to the possibility of lost simple machines or advanced levering techniques that have since been forgotten by history. Others, looking at local legends and the site's pre-Roman history, venture into more controversial territory, suggesting the use of sound levitation technology, anti-gravity devices, or even the intervention of advanced non-human intelligences. While these ideas reside firmly on the fringe, their very existence is a symptom of the profound mystery at the heart of Baalbek, a mystery that conventional explanations have not yet fully satisfied. This Roman masterpiece did not, however, emerge from a cultural vacuum. The name Baalbek itself harkens back to its original Canaanite and Phoenician identity as a sanctuary dedicated to Baal, the powerful storm god. Before the Romans ever arrived with their legions and architects, this was already one of the most sacred sites in the ancient Near East. The massive foundation stones that so confuse us today may not even be Roman at all. Many researchers believe they are part of a much earlier, pre-Roman temple platform, perhaps built by the Phoenicians or another unknown civilization, which the Romans simply appropriated and built upon. The Romans were masters of cultural synthesis. When they conquered a region, they did not simply erase the local gods. They often syncretized them, merging foreign deities with their own to create a more cohesive and manageable imperial theology. Thus, the Semitic storm god Baal-Hadad was seamlessly equated with the Roman king of the gods, Jupiter. In building their magnificent temple to Jupiter Optimus Maximus on this exact spot, the Romans were making a powerful political statement. They were not just constructing a building, they were co-opting the native spiritual power of the place, asserting their dominance by claiming that their god was the true and ultimate expression of the deity this land had always worshipped. The colossal stones, whether they were already there or quarried by the Romans, became the ultimate foundation for this claim, both physically and symbolically overwhelming. The scale of Baalbek was so immense that it even managed to impress the Romans themselves, a people not easily astonished by grand construction. They referred to the site as Heliopolis, the city of the sun, and it became a key provincial center and a symbol of Roman power in the wealthy eastern reaches of the empire. Its sheer size and the resources poured into it were a clear message to the local population and to rival powers like Parthia about the inexhaustible might and ambition of Rome. Today, that same scale continues to captivate and humble modern engineers and historians. Teams of structural engineers have visited the site to study the stress loads and weight distribution, walking away with a deepened respect for the practical knowledge of the ancient builders. Historians pore over the site, seeing in its layers a microcosm of ancient history, a story of conquest, religious adaptation, and the transmission of ideas across cultures. For alternative historians, Baalbek is a linchpin, a key piece of evidence in our argument for a lost chapter in human history, a time when a civilization with advanced technological knowledge might have flourished and then vanished, leaving only these incomprehensible stones as a clue to their existence. Ultimately, the enduring whisper of Baalbek is not about providing easy answers, but about preserving a glorious, frustrating, and magnificent question. It forces us to confront the limits of our own understanding of the ancient world. We are so often tempted to view history as a linear progression, a steady climb from primitive to advanced. But a site like Baalbek challenges that comfortable narrative. It suggests that our ancestors may have possessed capabilities, whether in the form of forgotten techniques, lost simple machines, or a different kind of collective intelligence that we have not yet rediscovered. It stands as a permanent reminder that the past is not a solved puzzle, but a vast and mysterious landscape. The temple's ruined grandeur urges us to remain humble in our assumptions, open to new possibilities, and forever curious about the true extent of human ingenuity, encouraging a sense of wonder that is, in itself, a form of reverence for those who came before us. Beneath the crystal-clear, turquoise waters off the remote Japanese island of Yonaguni lies a geological formation so precise, so unnaturally angular, that it has sparked one of the most passionate and enduring debates in modern archaeology. Discovered by a local diver in 1986, the Yonaguni Monument appears as a massive, stepped sandstone structure, rising from the seafloor to within just 16 feet of the surface. Its most striking features are its stark, clean lines, what look like perfectly straight, right-angled terraces, sharp 90-degree corners, and immense stone blocks that seem to have been placed with intentional design. At first glance, it is almost impossible not to see the hand of a master architect in its form, a sprawling ziggurat or a grand ceremonial platform swallowed by the sea. This initial impression is the very heart of the enigma, plunging us into a profound mystery that challenges our understanding of both geology and human history. The core of the debate is a simple but monumental question. Is this a natural formation, or is it artificial? On one side, mainstream geologists, led by figures like Professor Robert Schoch of Boston University, argue passionately for a natural origin. They point to the region's geology, which is primarily made of sandstone. This type of rock has a well-documented tendency to fracture along straight planes and break into blocky, geometric shapes due to its natural bedding and jointing patterns. The powerful tectonic forces active in this area, part of the Pacific Ring of Fire, could have lifted this massive block from the seafloor. Then, the relentless scouring of strong underwater currents, along with bioerosion from marine organisms, could have gradually accentuated these natural fractures, carving out the steps, terraces, and platforms that we see today. In this view, the Yonaguni Monument is a spectacular example of what geomorphologists call a Warden Cliff, a purely natural structure that our pattern-seeking human brains are irresistibly wired to interpret as something man-made. It is, they argue, a stunning geological coincidence, a trick of the eye and the mind. Yet, for every point in the naturalist argument, there is a compelling counterpoint that keeps the possibility of artificiality alive. The most prominent proponent of this view is the late Professor Masaaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus who dedicated decades of his life to studying the site. Kimura and his team identified specific features that they argue are incredibly difficult to explain through natural processes alone. These include two precisely round holes, each about 2 feet deep, that appear to have been drilled into the rock. They point to a straight, 5-meter-long row of smaller holes that look like they could have held wooden posts. Most strikingly, they identified what they believed to be a relief carving of an animal, resembling a tortoise, and a humanoid face with clearly defined eyes and a mouth. Perhaps the most convincing feature for the artificiality argument is a massive, 5-meter-tall rock that stands separate from the main structure. This rock, known as the megalith, has a shape that perfectly mirrors the negative space of the main monument's upper terrace, suggesting it was deliberately cut and removed. If this is true, it would be undeniable evidence of quarrying, a human activity. The implications of the site being man-made are nothing short of earth-shattering. To be artificial, the structure would have had to have been built on dry land. Sea level rise at the end of the last ice age was not a gradual process. It was a series of rapid, catastrophic meltwater pulses that would have submerged coastlines with breathtaking speed. For the Yonaguni Monument to have been built on land, its construction would have to date back at least 10,000 years, to a time when sea levels were nearly 400 feet lower than they are today. This timeline predates the oldest known monumental architecture on Earth, like Göbekli Tepe, by several thousand years. It would mean that a sophisticated, seafaring culture with advanced stone working capabilities existed in prehistoric Japan, a civilization that was then completely lost to the rising oceans. This idea lends powerful credence to fringe theories like the lost continent of Mu or other Pacific legends of sunken lands, suggesting that our current models of human cultural development are profoundly incomplete, missing entire chapters that were erased by the sea. Exploring this underwater puzzle has required a new generation of technological pioneers. The strong currents and depth of the site make it a challenging and dangerous environment for divers. To study it safely and comprehensively, marine archaeologists and geologists are increasingly turning to advanced technology. Autonomous underwater vehicles, or OVE, equipped with high-resolution multi-beam sonar, can map the entire structure and its surroundings with millimeter accuracy, creating detailed 3-dimensional models that can be analyzed on dry land. Remotely operated vehicles, or ROV, allow researchers to examine the smallest details and take samples without risking human lives. These robotic explorers are the key to objectively analyzing the controversial features, such as the supposed tool marks on the stone or the composition of the rock itself, searching for any definitive evidence that could settle the debate once and for all. They are our eyes and hands in a realm that is still fundamentally alien to us. Ultimately, the true power of the Yonaguni Monument lies not in providing answers, but in holding a mirror to our own desire for discovery. It represents the thrilling, frustrating, and utterly compelling frontier of underwater archaeology. The world's oceans cover 70% of our planet, and yet we have mapped less of our own seafloor than we have the surface of Mars. This vast, unexplored domain holds the potential to conceal countless other sites like Yonaguni, promising a future of breathtaking discoveries that could radically rewrite the story of human civilization. The monument's silent, ambiguous form whispers a tantalizing promise that the greatest chapters of our past may not be buried in sand, but hidden beneath the waves, waiting for the right combination of technology, curiosity, and courage to bring them back into the light of human knowledge, forever challenging us to question what we think we know about our own journey. As we step back from our journey across continents and millennia, a breathtaking tapestry of connection begins to emerge from the seemingly isolated wonders we have explored. These 31 structures scattered across the globe from the high Andes to the Japanese seafloor are not a random collection of ancient anomalies. Instead, they reveal themselves as individual notes in a grand, harmonious symphony of human ingenuity, a symphony composed in a universal language of stone, star, and spirit. The most profound whisper from these sites is not found in any single one of them, but in the startling commonalities that bind them together across vast expanses of time and geography, suggesting a shared, deep-rooted impulse in the human psyche to make sense of our place in the cosmos through the act of building. One of the most resonant themes echoing from every megalith and monument is a sophisticated and precise understanding of astronomy. This was not the casual stargazing of a primitive people, but a rigorous scientific observation of celestial mechanics. The Great Pyramid shafts pinpointing Orion's belt, Stonehenge's solstice alignments, the Pleiades-focused streets of Teotihuacan, and the winter solstice light show at Newgrange all speak to a relentless, cross-cultural drive to track time, predict seasons, and anchor human existence to the reliable, eternal cycles of the heavens. This shared celestial language suggests that ancient cultures viewed the sky not as a distant, abstract void, but as a dynamic, living clock and a divine map. By aligning their most sacred structures with the movements of the sun, moon, and stars, they were literally grounding the cosmic order into their daily lives, transforming their temples into bridges between the earthly and the divine, ensuring that the rhythms of their rituals and their agriculture were in perfect sync with the universe itself. This celestial wisdom was consistently expressed through a second universal language, that of sacred geometry. From the perfect golden ratios encoded in the Parthenon's columns to the pi and phi proportions hidden within the Great Pyramid's dimensions, and from the mandala-like layout of Angkor Wat to the precise circular enclosures of Göbekli Tepe, we see a recurring fascination with specific mathematical constants and harmonious proportions. These were not arbitrary aesthetic choices. These shapes and ratios are found throughout the natural world, from the spiral of a nautilus shell to the branching of a tree. By incorporating them into their architecture, the builders were imbuing their creations with what they perceived as the fundamental building blocks of creation, a sacred mathematics that represented the hidden order and beauty of the universe. This use of geometry transforms these structures from mere buildings into cosmological models, three-dimensional representations of a believed universal order, making the invisible laws of nature visible and tangible for their societies. Beyond the scientific and the mathematical, these sites are united by a powerful and pervasive spiritual symbolism. Whether it is the labyrinthine journey into the underworld at the Hypogeum of Malta, the ascent towards enlightenment up the steps of a Mesopotamian ziggurat, or the representation of the cosmic mountain at the heart of Angkor Wat, each structure tells a story. They are physical narratives of a culture's deepest beliefs about life, death, and the afterlife. The Moai of Easter Island embodied ancestral mana, the Terracotta Army was a bid for immortality, and the erotic sculptures of Konark celebrated the sacred life force. This universal urge to create sacred space to designate areas for contemplation, ritual, and connection with the divine demonstrates that the drive to answer life's biggest questions through architecture is a fundamental, shared aspect of the human experience, a thread that connects the first stone circle to the grandest cathedral. Perhaps the most humbling and intriguing common thread is the enduring mystery of their construction. The movement of 800-ton stones at Baalbek, the multi-ton Moai walked across Easter Island, the precision stonework of Inca walls that defy a razor blade, and the hidden chambers within the Great Pyramid all point to technical capabilities that we are still struggling to fully comprehend with the tools we believe they had available. This has led to two compelling lines of thought. The first is the possibility of lost knowledge, advanced techniques of engineering, acoustics, or material science that were discovered, perfected, and then tragically forgotten due to cataclysm, social collapse, or simply the passage of time. The second, more speculative idea is that of a shared, archaic source, a common, perhaps even global, foundational wisdom that was dispersed among different cultures in the deep past, which then expressed itself in these similar yet unique ways across the world. Whether through independent genius or a forgotten connection, these structures stand as a permanent challenge to our modern arrogance, reminding us that our ancestors were not primitive, but possessed a sophisticated and different kind of intelligence, one that was deeply integrated with their environment and their cosmology. Finally, the modern stories of these sites are also linked by themes of fragility and resilience. The erosion threatening the soft limestone of Haga Kim, the water undermining the Minaret of Jam, the looted heads of the Longmen grottos, and the urban sprawl encroaching on ancient sites all speak to the incredible vulnerability of our shared heritage. They are under constant assault from time, nature, and humanity itself, yet their rediscovery narratives are equally powerful testaments to resilience. The Terracotta Army found by farmers digging a well, Petra revealed to the west by a disguised explorer, Angkor Wat reclaimed from the jungle, and the potential chambers beneath the Sphinx hinted at by muon tomography. All these stories speak to an enduring human curiosity and a relentless drive to recover our lost past. This ongoing dialogue between loss and rediscovery reminds us that we are not passive observers of history, but active participants in its preservation. These structures are not dead relics locked in the past. They are dynamic participants in a continuous conversation across time. They ask us questions about our own capabilities, our values, and our relationship with the planet. They challenge us to listen more closely, to question established narratives, and to look at the past with fresh eyes, recognizing that in their silent, stony endurance, they may still hold the keys to building a more harmonious and sustainable future. From the impossible precision of the Great Pyramid to the sunken enigma of Yonaguni, these 31 ancient structures offer us far more than a simple tour through a museum of the past. They are not static relics to be merely catalogued and admired from a distance. They are a vibrant, ongoing conversation, a series of profound questions etched in stone, whispered across the millennia directly to us. They provide a breathtaking mirror reflecting the very core of human ingenuity, showing us that our drive to understand, to create, and to connect with something greater than ourselves is a timeless constant, as true for the builders of Göbekli Tepe 11,000 years ago as it is for the engineers designing Martian habitats today. These whispers from our ancestors challenge the very foundations of our historical narrative, pushing us to reconsider the timeline of human achievement and to embrace the thrilling possibility that entire chapters of our story, filled with advanced knowledge and forgotten capabilities, still lie buried, waiting to be rediscovered. This is not just an academic exercise, it is a wellspring of inspiration for our future. The sophisticated astronomical alignments woven into these sites remind us that our ancestors lived in a deep, intimate relationship with the cosmos, a connection we are only now rediscovering through our powerful telescopes and space probes. Their mastery of sustainable design, from Petra's ingenious water management to Machu Picchu's seismic-resistant terraces, offers us powerful, time-tested lessons in resilience as we face our own environmental challenges. The peaceful society of Carol presents a compelling alternative model for human organization, proving that large-scale cooperation can flourish without conflict. And the universal language of sacred geometry and spiritual symbolism speaks to a shared human search for meaning, a quest that continues to drive our exploration of consciousness, physics, and the nature of reality itself. These ancient whispers are not about nostalgia for a lost golden age. They are a toolbox of ideas, a library of forgotten wisdom that can directly inform how we build our cities, manage our resources, and envision our destiny as a species. As our technology advances, the conversation with these ancient marvels only deepens and becomes more revealing. Each new tool we invent, from ground-penetrating radar that can see through desert sands and pyramid stones to muon tomography that can map hidden chambers and underwater drones that can explore sunken ruins, gives us a new way to listen. With every scan, every excavation, and every digital reconstruction, we peel back another layer of the mystery, not to simply solve it, but to appreciate its even greater complexity. The recent discoveries of hidden voids within the Great Pyramid and the potential labyrinths beneath the sands of Hawara prove that these sites are still alive with secrets. This ongoing process of discovery is a powerful reminder that the greatest mysteries are not obstacles to be overcome, but guides. They hold the keys to understanding not only who we were, but more importantly, who we are and who we might yet become. They anchor us in a grand, cosmic story, reminding us that we are part of a continuous chain of curiosity, innovation, and wonder that stretches back into the deepest reaches of time and forward into the farthest possibilities of the future. Now we turn this conversation over to you. As you reflect on these 31 whispers from the past, which one resonated with you the most? Does the mathematical perfection of the Parthenon spark your imagination, or does the sheer mystery of the Sphinx's age keep you wondering? Perhaps the peaceful example of Carol gives you hope, or the celestial precision of Newgrange fills you with awe. Share your thoughts and your own questions in the comments below. We love hearing from you and continuing this exploration together. If you've enjoyed this journey to the boundaries of history and mystery, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss our next adventure into the unknown. Thank you for watching, and remember, the past is never truly past. It's all around us, waiting for those who